Yo, 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 yo. Good morning, everybody. Today's the day that we get to learn everything about the new league. Woohoo! So the reveal stream is in just under 3 hours from now, for those that don't know. And we'll be watching that together later. Oh, there, it's on the login screen. 2 hours, 47 minutes. Probably gonna play on this character again. For now. Let's see, what does Faustus have for us today? Some Chaos Orbs. We sold 3 Elder Fragments for 199 Chaos each. Sold a Fragment of Terror for 269 Chaos. Oh, there's a lot of competing trades for that one now. Last night there was barely any, which is why they're priced so damn high. See, this one doesn't have very many right now. You can see my listing at the bottom. I let those listings sit overnight in case the entire market emptied at some point and someone really needed a fragment. Even though if you really needed a fragment, it's not hard to procure them yourself by running the map, but... Wow, 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 wow. So there's that. There's also selling a bunch of maps as well. That's where most of that chaos came from. Wenby, back with a new build idea. Think that one's actually league startable? Ooh. What you cooking? Depends on the type of link you're posting. If it's a POB, it should be whitelisted now. POB.in. There's like a bunch of different ones. Hey, you survived. I thought I was on a blank. New build. Cold snap. Tollborn. Gain a power charge on killing a frozen enemy. Hey, Techno Mullen. Today's the day. I forget what this skill looks like. Hold. Snap. Cold snap. Create a sudden burst of cold in the targeted area, damaging enemies. Also creates an expanding area which fills... Okay. I think I've used this before. A long time ago. Yeah, it doesn't start today, but we get to find out all the cool new things that we're gonna get to play next week today. So, it's almost as good. Yeah, patch notes are after the stream. Vortex is in the... and Creeping Frost. Hey. I've seen, saw someone else making a Creeping Frost thing as well. Seems like Creeping Frost might be a sleeper pick this time. I'm guessing Cold Snap is for clearing, maybe? Vortex. One more time. Have you seen the Idols version of this? The Idols version. I don't know. I know Daft Punk gets remixed a lot, so maybe I've seen it. Vortex and Cold Snap are for clear, and spam everything is for bossing. One more time. I see one more time audio idols on Spotify. Wait, is this... I'm like skipping through the video. Is it just the is he just dancing to it. I thought this was a remix or a cover or something. No, I had not seen this. You want more? Well, it looks like he's having fun. But looking at that cold snap POV, yeah, it looks pretty solid. And the damage is there. Defenses are there. Nothing looks too crazy. Seems like a pretty good league starter. Like most of these items I'm hovering over seem pretty obtainable within the first couple of days. I don't know about the cluster jewels. Cluster jewels can be expensive, but the shield and gloves. Yeah, it depends on what they change for crafting for like the shield. Also, that's a yeah. I'm guessing, is that socketed gems deal more damage in Unveil? I don't know what it means when it's highlighted in green. It's an essence. Ah. Yeah, that might be expensive. You probably just do a couple rolls and take the best one you get out of a couple rolls. Because that's gonna be quite the high roll if you do it without fracturing. Did we... I don't see any bosses alive over here, so I guess we killed them all yesterday. Just go deeper. We must delve deeper. Maybe we can hit 1k today, or at least hit 1k before the league ends. Just because it sounds like a cool goal, even though my original goal was 6,000. The 6,000 will take a while, though. Max depth? I forget where the bottom is. Unless you just mean 6k. But like the actual bottom, there's no way in hell. It takes a couple of months. think someone hit it in King's March because the league lasted 9 months. See if I can find it. Reddit. Path of Exile. Delve bottom. From I think searching from just the past year might find it. Maybe if I search Delve Steve, because I'm pretty sure he's the one that did it. Aha, I found it. Steve about to hit Delve cap again. Not a time issue in Settlers. What? Depth. It's just a link to his stream. I wanted to know the number. Did he highlight it or something? Let's see. Bro. Maybe just Googling it will tell me. Okay. I thought it was an integer overflow concern. The max depth is 65,000 because of the number like system they're coding in. Otherwise, if it goes beyond that, the code can't understand the number. That's the limit for the number for delve depth. Then it goes to integer overflow, so that's where it stops. And I'm sure if they wanted to, I think there is a way to handle, you know, bigger numbers than 65,000 because computers know how to do math for bigger numbers than that. But the real world situation here, that depth is almost never hit except in standard. So we're not going for 65,000 depth. Also not going for rank 1 because I think they're at like 30k depth. Which is pretty impressive given how long the league was. see. League ladders. Keepers. Oh, someone did hit the bottom in this league. But you can see that 6K is where it stops increasing in difficulty, so that's where a lot of people stop. Well, that one's Steve. But yeah, you can see all these people basically got to 6K or a little bit further, and then they were like, I'm done. Because it doesn't get any more difficult after that point. It's just the same thing forever after 6,000. What build was NR14? I'm not sure what you're asking. What build was rank 14? Have to see if their character is public. Hey Mikey, good to see ya. It's reveal day. Just 2.5 more hours. I get to see all the cool new stuff. Hey, we got another boss. Hey. Why is the chest locked? What do you mean it's locked? Oh, I thought this was a side area. This is just the node. Okay. I thought I had to travel further. We were already at the event. Can't wait for the live. Heck yeah. I'll be reacting to that live later. Oh shit. I should probably put the Twitch drops thing in my title. You can get free cosmetic by watching Twitch stream for like 45 minutes or something. I think it's the time frame starts when the live stream reveal starts and goes for 24 hours after that, so pretty tight time frame to get your free MTX. But if you're here while it's live, then you'll get it. And it's for any stream in the Path of Exile category. Twitch drops. Downed 4 Red Bulls already. Are you gonna make it to the live stream? Are you still gonna be alive in 2 hours? Simply link your Path of Exile account to Twitch and tune in to GGG or any channel in the Path of Exile directory for 45 minutes. Double check my Twitch dashboard, but I'm pretty sure I don't have to enable anything for it. I'm gonna slide this over to my other screen before I open my Twitch dashboard. There we go. Enabled. Mirage weapon effect. The effects look good as fuck. It looks pretty good. It actually kind of looks kind of similar to that weapon effect that I'm currently using, where it has like a little trail behind it, except instead of white, it's gonna be, you know, an after image of your actual weapon. Should look pretty sweet. Especially if you got like a big weapon to swing around. Set up a Nightbot command for that real quick. I should have done that before stream, but I completely forgot about it. Too bad I don't have a 0 button build and I can't just alt tab once I get to this node. I have to stand here and press one button. Sometimes leap slam around a little bit. Oh. Those Roas hit hard. Oh, we got a cemetery map enjoyer. Three divs from your shipping, lol. A King's March. Woo. Yeah. Let's see if this works. There, that should be good. That should work. All right. Let's try to exterminate these Roas again. See, I could do it one nest at a time and play it safe. Or I can press my defensive buffs and hope for the best. Yep, hitting roomies and Immortal Call keeps me alive. Strat works well. I mean, yeah. King's March is just free currency. There is no reason to not do it if you can afford to do it. I am just too lazy to keep it running at maximum, you know, maximum time or maximum capacity that I can afford. Otherwise, if I really cared about maximizing currency, I would be running that 24/7. King's March, that is. Alright. We haven't gotten a Machinarium map in a while. I have a good feeling about this one. We're gonna get one this time. Those mods look pretty easy as well. Should probably use my Withering Step. Apply Wither. Get some extra damage. Is he... Hello? Okay, there. Finally phased. Oh, that one hurt. Damn. Ah, fuck yeah, we got it. I told you that one felt like it was gonna be a good one. Ooh. 34 divines. $33 divines. 1 divine discount. Got Doriani? Yep. I list the thing for 33 divines and also the other thing I got from him for chaos. Do I have any more of those? I have some of the rings. Some of the boss rings. Amulet. Is depth. 920. Mm-hmm. All right. Nice. Let's see if we can find some more of those. Or something good from the Crystal King. His amulet isn't very valuable this league, but I think he still drops good div cards. I forget if his unique ring might also be worth a div or two. Not as exciting as the map drop, but he should still have some decent drops as well. Still worth killing. We'll just keep going straight down and then I can go up and then continue down. Seems like the fastest way. Unique boss drops 24 additional fossils. Okay. Cool. I guess he also has some fossils for us this time. That rare golem and this rare golem. There we go. Yeah, this direction looks fine. Just making sure I don't have to go down a path and then end up turning around. Rather know if I need to take a different path before I waste my time going to a node that I get stuck on. So I wonder if I see a biome that says contains a unique boss. Is it always one of these three, or is it include like smaller dinky bosses that I don't want, like the Molten Cavity boss, for example? Because that could be a useful scouting tool. Where the hell's... is this the... this is the last one we just killed. So it doesn't always say that there's a unique boss on the biome. Because this one doesn't say it. But this one does. Unique boss hits are always critical strikes. That might be problematic. Because normally them having increased crit chance, I just hope that they don't crit me. But always critting, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I suppose if I end up seeing a biome saying that the area contains a unique boss, I should probably explore that biome to see which boss it is. Especially if it's only one of these three. Okay, well, the normal attacks are fine so far. I'm more worried about his basically slam. It's not really a slam, but his one-shot ability. This doesn't look like it hit me that time. I suppose if that does one-shot me, I could just move. I could just, like, do the mechanic or something. Oh, it damn near one-shots me. It's really close. Hello? You're supposed to be phasing, sir. Okay, I got all of my dynamite, so I'll use that. Are you kidding me? So... oh shit. I shouldn't have used roomies there. Oh well. It'll be fine. He almost got that last one off. That could have been close. Goat-hide boots. There's the good div card. And we got a ring. I think he can drop multiple rings. I don't know if that's the good one or not. Let's have a look. Okay, about a divine. That resistance roll doesn't matter. Luminous Trove. So normally if there was like more than 2 of these listed, it should be the same price as a unID'd voices, or 1/7 of the price of an unID'd voices, right? UnID'd voices are 11 divines each. So selling that for 1 divine would be scamming myself technically. How many of these do I have? Not enough currency. I thought I had one in here. I guess I sold it. So like the actual value is like 1 point, I don't know, 2 or something, but I'll just take 1 divine orb. That's cool for me. Now I'm kind of just hovering over all the biomes to see if I see that unique boss modifier. An extra reward chest. Oh boy. Get an extra chest that drops 2 or 3 maps. Stop running. Oh, I guess the currency node also has the extra chest thing. Extra currency chest. Oh baby. I think these chests can also roll lucky. I'd probably rather prefer it to be lucky, but I suppose we'll take what we get. Hey, if that Machinarium map sells, we might be able to buy some sort of upgrade. Not sure what I would upgrade next. I still do need to fix a cluster jewel. But that also involves me fixing my body armor. I would like to just do an upgrade where I only have to swap one piece of gear, but a lot of the times that isn't possible. Usually you end up having to upgrade 2 or 3 pieces of gear at the same time to balance resistances or attributes or some other important thing that you need to move from one piece of gear to another piece of gear. In my case, to fix my cluster jewels, I need to get max res on my body armor. Because right now I'm fixing my max res through rare jewels. Also thinking about looking at the amulet. That might be something I can just do a 1-for-1 replacement. But we'll wait for that map to sell before I look at it. We need the currency first before we can do anything, so step 1 is sell the map. Ooh. What a good map node. Humid fissure. How much is it? If it's worth about 100 C, I'll go for it. If it's worth less than that, I won't. Fuck that. 30 C for those nodes. Just gonna keep delving deeper. Whoa. Something hurt me there. Crystal Spire. Now that one's worth it. Hollow fossils are about a divine orb. It's funny that one of the easiest, like, exotic fossils is the one that's worth the most. Because the other ones are Molten Cavity and, Molten Cavity, the Essence one, which is arguably the hardest on average. And then there's the Fractured Fossil ones, the Humid Hive that I was looking at. Humid Hive is also pretty easy, but it takes a little bit longer to do the node. You get the Hollow Fossil node is extremely easy and takes 2 seconds. And it's the most valuable one right now. And you know, I don't think the Genesis tree can give items with abyssal sockets, which is probably why this fossil's worth so much. I could be wrong, but I don't think I've seen any abyssal socket gear come from the Genesis tree. But the Genesis tree can drop fractured items and just like perfectly rolled items, which makes the Essence mod one and the Fractured mod fossil worth less. The Essence one at least still has some value, because I don't think the tree drops straight up items with Essence mods on it either, so there's a few Essence mods that can only be obtained from Essences, which would still be useful in those cases. Let's see. This area looks sketchy. Usually when there's one dead end, with my luck, there's like 3. I want to go... Growling Grove. Yeah, we'll go this way. I thought about going towards the Humid Hive. Still kind of a little bit out of the way, so... We'll go this way. Drop bears. There's bears raining from the sky. What do we do? Okay, well, not a dead end yet. Ah, Time Lost Cavern. Speaking of the Essence fossil, it is directly in the path that I want to go through. Doesn't have very many mods on it, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Only as difficult as the Essence mods that spawn on the rares are. Usually a bit more oppressive when it's like got 8 mods on top of the Essence mods. Is this done? Oh, it's done. Alright. There's another one. Uh-oh. Hold on. Damage penetrates elemental resistances. I'll do this one just because it's there. I probably need to go around that one though with the LE pen on it, unfortunately. So with the addition of, I don't know if this is new when they added in volleying, or if you could have always done this and I just didn't know, but if you want to kill them one at a time, you can try to vol them and break them out without breaking them out all at the same time. Like this one. Which is sometimes helpful. Sometimes having extra things to hit at the same time is more useful. Okay. Well, I might have just made these two more difficult. Oh, that was fine. Cool. So it looks like there's two different. This also has LE pen, so I think we want to avoid this section entirely. Oh, that has LE pen too. But it's not an essence node. I think I'd rather try to get through this. It's so out of the way. We'll give this one try. Or like 2 or 3 tries maybe. Because we're kind of just surrounded by bullshit, so I guess I'll just go through the closest bullshit first. Yep, we're gonna react to the live stream when it's on later. We got what? A little less than 2 hours until the stream. Yep, hour and 40 minutes. Yeah, I would definitely not miss the live stream or the reveal stream. It's like I don't know. It's like Christmas Eve for Path of Exile, and then Christmas Day would be the League launch. You've missed it by not getting up until noon. I mean, fair. There's always the recording to watch after. Especially for the people that have it, you know, live at 3 in the morning or something on Friday. I think that might be the case for some people. All right. Try it without corrupting them. Let's see how this goes. I might just fall over instantly. Oh my god. I don't have dynamite on me either. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's not too far away. I'll give it another try, but based on that first attempt, I don't think we're gonna get even close. Jesus. Okay. Nice, we got it. I had roomies up the entire time. If I can kill them before I run out of flask charges, seems that might be doable. Yeah, it's Friday in New Zealand. Mm-hmm. More max leech. I need a lot of things. That would help. More max leech would help. But this character needs a lot of improvements. It doesn't need it, but it could use a lot of improvements. It could become much, much better than it currently is. A lot of my recovery is life on hit, so normally scaling more attack speed is gonna help my recovery a bunch. Self-poison? Yeah, I don't know how that would fit into this. If there's an easy way to do it, I could try it, but I don't see an easy way to do it. I'm wondering, how the hell do we get over here? Nothing connects to it. This is bullshit. I mean, yeah, self-poison can heal you. You can, you know, get millions of life per second or whatever from self-poison. I understand that it's good. I don't know how to set it up on this character is the main problem. Well, I also wouldn't mind getting this crystal spire, so I'm thinking we go this way. There's no guarantee that this actually connects down here, but it's almost for sure that this connects. We'll go this way. Require a build rework, most likely? Yeah. I'm not doing that. No need to rework a build that I already know works. Frostbite rings. And body armors I don't want. Ooh. Conversion ring. Until you make a Delph specific build in the new league, I don't. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what the new league has in store. I'm not against making another Delver, but I don't know if I'm gonna make another one next league. I think the thing that would turn me off the most from trying to create my own Delver is they typically cost hundreds of divines, if not mirrors, worth of currency to make. And I don't exactly want to invest hundreds of divines or mirrors into a build that I don't know is gonna work or not. Like, making a build that costs 100 divines and I don't know if it'll work or not, that's, you know, that's more reasonable. Hundreds, I'm a little more hesitant to do that. Dude. That definitely connects. It just looks kind of ridiculous. Going, it's like, jump, jump. Yeah. Whenever I make a deep delver, I want it to be something that can do 6k because I've already broken like 1k before, so I don't really care about being able to just get to 1k depth or something like that. And I'm usually not farming delve specifically for currency. It's usually just a nice thing that comes with being able to delve deep. Normally if I'm farming currency, it's gonna be something that doesn't need to, you know, go to 1k delve depth, because that's when a lot of the good rewards start appearing more and more frequently. Rather, you know, set up a zoomy character that can do whatever mapping farm is best or decent. Yeah, usually 1200's like feels like a nice spot to farm at. And something that is only going to like 1200, you can, you know, probably make more easily and therefore make cheaper. Missiles or a crystal spire over there. I want both of these. They're so far away from each other. We're out of sulfite. Because I've watched some of the people that start delving from the start of the league. It usually involves playing Jug because it's like one of the two classes that can actually tank it on a budget. And there will be people that get to 1000 depth in the first week on Jug. And I've tried to copy some of those characters and it felt fucking miserable. I probably did something wrong, but it felt so awful. Half the delve deaths are to darkness. Oh, patch 0.H. I don't die to the darkness too often. Obviously, sometimes I misstep while moving the cart and then I just get fucked in like half a second. Merge day, usually Tuesday? I think so, yeah. Does it say anything about patch notes? Its patch notes are in the patch note forums. It's probably the cosmetics for the next supporter pack. I'm pretty sure they make them available right after the stream. I've been lied to. The patch notes are not in the patch note forums. That message is probably just a copy paste of the same message every time they have a patch, but I wanted to see what they were doing. Oh well. We'll find out eventually. I think they try to keep the, like, a lot of the preparatory stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's some prep stuff they can do before the main patch. But they also want to probably limit the data mining until a later time. If it would be like changes that are affect your gameplay and stuff. Here's my sulfite farming maps. One of the animes you watch had the wrong language on the last episode English dub for like 3 days. And those streaming services wonder why people still pirate. You literally pay for a product that's worse than fan-made subs. I mean, I guess the dub is a bit different because there's actual voice actors involved in that, and it's not just subtitling, but still, that's a pretty stupid mistake for something that people are paying for. Wait a second. Give me that city square back. I didn't mean to stash it. You knew they had the dub? Yeah, I'm sure they had it. Someone moved the wrong file to the wrong spot or something, and voila. You got your English dub in Portuguese. Yeah, how you let that go for 3 whole days beats me, but I've worked in the corporate world, so it also doesn't surprise me. Incompetence and probably the mentality of it's not my job, it's someone else's job, and no one else knows whose job it is. So you can't find the person to fix the problem. That happens a lot in the corporate world. Oh, we got all our sulfite. And you know, it's just one of your shows of, if you're a streaming platform, hundreds of shows you're dealing with, so it's like, you know, this little pocket of the community of your customer base is complaining about it, but they're like probably less than 5%. 5% would be a lot, but you know, if it's only like a quarter of a percent of your customers are complaining about it, they probably don't feel all that motivated to move quickly to fix it either. Crunchyroll really been slipping lately. Yeah, I've heard they've just been that way for years. Probably lumping all the streaming services together in my head, because I think most of them have had similar issues at one point or another, but I remember the good old days when Crunchyroll was a pirate website. And look what they are now. Look at them now. What do you expect from a former pirate site? Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because the pirating sites are usually higher quality because they have to compete against other pirating sites. So they add in like quality of life features to make them better, because they're all offering something for free, so the only way to add more value is to make a better product. And then the official streaming websites can get away with providing shitty service because if you don't want to, you know, technically break the law, you have to get it from them. And they're all about as equally as shitty as each other. Someone got a response from support day one of those three? Yeah. And I guarantee you that support person that responded was not the person that was able to fix the problem, because they probably would have fixed it if they could have. They probably had to escalate that like 2 or 3 times. Part of the reason why I don't watch very many series as they're releasing anymore. Has to be a really good series for me to watch it as it's releasing, because it's like you're all hyped day of, and then there's a problem, and then you have to wait. Oh yeah, I've heard of things like that where they just remove a joke entirely because they don't like it. Oh, they didn't match the subtitles to the dub, so the joke was still in the subtitles or something? That's interesting. Oh, that show. I should watch that one sometime. I haven't watched that one. I've heard it's unironically pretty decent for how degenerate the theme is. They didn't match the subtitles. Oh. That's funny. Let's remove this joke, and then the joke is still there. No need to be so anal. Yeah, it's not really that offensive. It's a common saying in America, at least. I don't know about other English speaking parts of the world, but that's a, you know, really common saying here in America. And I imagine the only people that get offended by that phrase are pearl clutching people that don't use any vulgar language whatsoever. Honestly, it's such a common phrase here in America. I'm pretty sure I heard teachers use it in high school. Like, just while teaching. So it's like, I could be, you know, making that up. But I could have sworn I've heard teachers say that phrase before too. It's been a long while though, so. Feels old, man. All right. Well, we got. All right, Twitch chat. You guys wanna gamba your channel points? I bet some of you got at least a little bit of channel points by now. We're approaching the boss that drops the Machinarium map. Wanna gamba on if I get the map or not? My guess is it probably won't drop. Did you hear about the superintendent that got arrested? No, I didn't hear about that. Let's see. Manage poll. No, that's not what. We want to do a prediction. Oh, here we go. How? Aha. Will Planarium map drop. Yes. Will drop. No, it won't drop. Okay. Prediction is up on Twitch. He basically lied his way into a 300k job. Uh-huh. That doesn't surprise me. I'm honestly kind of impressed, though. Wait a second. That looks faster than 2 minutes on the timer. I thought I set the prediction to be 2 minutes. It looks like it got set to 30 seconds. Two? Hold on. Wait. It says there's a button to end submissions or delete. Well. I think the other chatters might be lurking or AFK. Anyways. We'll just see what happens. Yeah, no worries. I'm confused by the prediction myself. I feel like it looks different to me than it does to the viewers, because I see them all the time when I'm watching other people's streams. But as the one controlling the prediction thing, it looks different to me. Ow. I threw a flare. What do you get if you win? Normally, more than one person has to put in the prediction, and then you get the channel points of the other participants that voted the other way. It doesn't really work if only one person predicts, which is why I wanted it to stay open longer, but I don't know what happened with the submission time thing. Because to me it looked like it was only open for 30 seconds. But yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. I also would have predicted no. I don't think it's gonna drop. It wasn't open long? Yeah. Maybe I didn't, like, hit save or hit enter. Probably. Probably well, we were both wrong. See, and no matter what, I win, because if I don't get it, then I predicted correctly, and if I do get it, I get 30 divines. Okay, now it has me choose outcome. So I think if you lose that prediction, which I just put in the correct result, I think it just deletes. I don't know where those channel points go. All 10 of those channel points. Nobody thought this would happen. See details. What the? It should be fine to show this screen. What? Okay. So I click on see details and it opens this. What? I swear to God, Twitch is so fucking stupid sometimes. Yeah, the map has no value to as far as items go. The only reason this map is valuable is because it's in low supply and required for this challenge. This is the only reason why this map is worth anything. If the map isn't on one of these challenges next league, the map will be worth 5 chaos. Or like 20 chaos or something. Wait. Did mine sell while I wasn't paying attention? No. I didn't see mine in the listings when I price checked it like 2 seconds ago. It's probably because it's un-ID'd. There, now I see mine. Yet another reason to maybe not make a deep delver next league, because if that challenge isn't there next league, then delve becomes a lot less rewarding. Still very rewarding for the other things, but like just having one boss that can drop something worth 30 divines is pretty big. Oh, what? We got an hour until the stream. They might have the stream started already. Or in like 3 minutes here. I think they usually have it up an hour before they start. What did I just do? I thought I typed in Path of Exile and it just took me to Darth Microtransactions stream. I mean, he's great. I like him, but that's not what I was looking for. He's a great streamer. I was looking for the Path of Exile category. I don't see them live yet. I'll check back in like 2 minutes. Owl can drop mirrors if you get good mods on the rings. You mean that amulet, or I mean, there could be something I'm missing on all, but I thought his rings were worth like maybe 2 divines. Do you know what a good roll on a ring that would be worth a lot is? Because I would be curious to know. Because whenever I check them, they're not any more than 2 or 3 div. If you combine them. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're probably spending a few divines on the rings to combine them and then gambling to see what the outcome is. I typically just sell the rings without combining them. Because I'm guessing the bricks are not worth anything. How much days until the league end? I think it ends on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, March 6th is when the new league starts. News. What will happen when Keepers League ends? League ends March 2nd, 1 p.m. March 2nd is Monday. For me. You're trying to grind for a mage blood? Hmm. Yeah, that might be a bit difficult to do. Ah, well. Realm's currently down. Game shut down. I guess back to this. Maybe they actually posted the patch notes now instead of just saying that they posted them. The patch notes for the small patch, not next week's patch. That's PoE 2. What the? Collapse the Path of Exile 2 shit. I don't want to see it. This. Ah, there we go. Added support for the upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. Map portals in towns and hideouts now display complete on their label once the map has been completed. Cool. We got a early quality of life buff, kinda. The only issue is not not every strategy kills the boss to consider being done in that map. And also some people may kill the boss before they're finished running the map. But I'll still take it as a positive. At least you have an option to know if you've killed the boss or not in the map more easily. Isn't there a strat that drops like 1+ Mage Blood card per map? Blight might do that. There was some bug abuse early in the league that got fixed, if that's what you saw. There's a couple of different things that come to mind that sound like that. Some of them were exploits. Some of them might just be high-end farming strategies like Blight. The high-end Blight farming still exists. I don't know if it's that good for div cards, though. I guess you can't use the trade portion of the website while they're patching. Oh, I can't use the patch notes section of the website while they're patching either. Please try again later. So their entire website basically does still go down when they patch. I thought they had separated them. Maybe it's just separated from PoE2 servers. It was like 30% more common. It's probably, I don't think that farm exists anymore. I'm not exactly sure the specifics of the strategy, but I think the only div card strategy that still exists is one that you pile all the div cards onto a boss, but that's just like a random grab bag of div cards. Trying to find the right sheet. Here's this. I think there is one div card thing on here somewhere. Apothecary Farm, tier 16. 8 mod maps, Kirik, Shrines, Dunes, 3x Plenty, 1 Pilfering, 1 Lineage. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I've not messed around with that strategy at all. Not looked into it either. Let's see. Is their stream up? Log in, the stream is up. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna try to set up my screen to show both. Bear with me for a moment. I think I need Spotify to stop for a moment so I can think. Unmute Firefox. I think I had this set up last time, so if I still have the same sources, I should be able to just turn it back on. Let's see. Which of my Firefox pages does this show when I unmute it? Oh, it shows the one I want. Does it switch if I tab to a different? Nope. It's stuck on this one. Okay, that's kind of what I want. So I can tab out of it if I want to without that changing. We got that going. Oh shit, I combined the tab. Now I broke it. Whoops. I had it and I broke it. Good job. Is it this one? It's that one. Okay, I fixed again. Use Windows workspaces? I don't. Cool, cool. So that scene is working. And then I think I want probably this one as well, maybe. You lost the stream. No, yeah, that's on purpose. I'm trying to set up a second view for when the I'll have this one full screen and my gameplay minimized. During the FAQ section, I'm gonna play the game while they talk. Probably need the game running and able to set it up right. What is that folder named My Porn? It's not called that. It's called something else, okay? Nah, it's not hidden. It's literally just called sus. Let's see. Okay, so that's my display capture normally. Now you see nothing. That doesn't do anything. Maybe I did it on this one. What does this do? Oh, that might work. Hold on. Probably put that there. Something like that. And then Which window is this thing trying to capture? Live split? I don't want to change that. I think I can just add in whichever window capture is labeled Firefox. There we go. Ta-da! That's what I wanted to do. Are you able to hear the, I probably have to add in the Firefox audio. I'm assuming you can't hear it right now. Yeah, but I don't want the folder to be hidden. I want to be able to find it. I'm the only one that uses my PC. I know where the folder is. So as long as I don't open it on stream, I'm good to go. Mic is muted, and mic is not muted. Okay. Yeah, I figured I needed to add in the Firefox audio source. Let's see. Application audio, add existing Firefox audio. Now you can hear the epic music. Okay, so that'll be for later during the FAQ part. For now, we'll switch back to that. Cool, cool. There has been a patch. All right, fine. Honestly, I'm more worried about opening Steam and Steam having a promotion for a porn game on the front page. All right. Steam did not pull up a porn game on the front page. We're good. It also didn't pull up on my main monitor. We are updating PoE. Don't listen. Turn it down. Turn it up. Don't listen to them. It's a big update. It's going to have a lot of art assets in it for the supporter packs. That's why it's so big. Is it big? I can't even see the total download size. I just see how fast I'm downloading it. .6 gigs. It's not that big. But it's not a tiny patch either. Here, wait till the stream finish. Fair enough. I am gonna turn the music down a little bit because it's loud in my own headphones. Da, da, da. Oh, good. Path of Exile 2 has a patch as well. Stop! Wait! Is it done? I don't care about updating PoE 2. No. It fucking... It switched from downloading PoE 1 to PoE 2. Fuck you, Steam. It wasn't finished. You know, I bet they could save some space on my SSD if they combined some of these files together because they use some of the same in both games, and I bet they're doubling up on a lot of the art assets. The uncompressed art assets are like a terabyte, I bet. The longest part is validating the files. We downloaded the files in like 20 seconds. Hmm. Well, what else can we take a look at here? We've got Wenby's build. That's something. Don't save. I'm not gonna be playing Wenby's build. But it does look like a good league starter, though. Yeah, I'm not really sure how Steam prioritizes when it... Like, you can set priorities for certain games, but, like... This one's high priority. So is PoE 1. Settings. Downloads. Is it in there? Hmm. Might just be in the library. Manage. Desktop shortcut, browse, hide, make private, remove, uninstall. Properties? Updates. Ah, there's where you find it. Immediately download updates. You right click the thing in your library and go to properties. Not even on the list. Yeah, it might be pushed to different Steam servers or something. No idea how they distribute their updates, but obviously if you try to open the game and there's a mandatory update, then it's gonna go and find it. I think it's done. Can I play the game now? Ooh, 7,300 hours on Steam on PoE 1. Wow. I think I can hit, what is it, F11? F11 full screens it for me. Looks like it gets rid of that little top bit. Not that anybody really cares, but it looks slightly less scuffed that way. Gonna make a coffee. Gotcha, gotcha. All right. Let's go grab this crystal spire. This is the one time per league that I listen to the game music while watching the countdown for the live stream, because the game music is great, but I despise looping game music. It drives me insane. So it's at like 1% volume in game for me. Well, luckily I don't have to kill this Soul Eater to finish the encounter, but it might kill me while I'm trying to finish it. Please leave me alone. There we go. We survived. Long enough. Welcome back, Bix. Got your coffee. You don't have to be in GGG's stream to get the cosmetic. You just need to be on any Path of Exile stream. So any stream that's in the Path of Exile category should provide it if they have drops enabled. My stream has drops enabled. Most of the other streamers should have drops enabled too if they are smart. And most of them are smart. Are you making money down in Delve? Yup, we've made 60 divines so far today. Still the cheapest ones. Occasionally check back to make sure mine are still the cheapest ones. Neat? Yeah. Delve is pretty neat. Go back to Delve. I'm there. I am in the Delve. You wanted me to sell stuff but forgot we're at the end of the league? I mean, it's listed. It's in the merchant tab. I could make it cheaper if I wanted it to sell faster, but I unfortunately cannot force people to buy my items. But it is there waiting to be bought by anybody that does desire it. Oh, you wanted to see how much Azurite I have? I spent most of it the other day. The flare capacity upgrades, not that I really need them, because 19 is like more than enough, but just upgrading that for fun is rather expensive in terms of Azurite. It's still not capped yet. I can still upgrade it more, and it's 58k Azurite each, which is like... I don't know. Probably like 100 or 200 chaos or something like that. Quite expensive to get one extra flare. You are, I don't know what that means, but watching with 5 viewers and talking, and not the person with 200 followers. Well, that this sounds like a compliment, so thank you. It's a bit hard for me to parse that, but I appreciate it. Your max flares are capped in standard? I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm close to the cap. I don't think it goes much further than 20. But having more than like I don't think you really need more than like 6 or 7 for like the longer encounters, so it's basically just a I have money to waste and I don't want to go back to the thing as often to refill my flares. Very, very little value. Basically just for being lazy. Yeah, you use all of them because you don't want to go and refill them. Yeah, it's, you know, I do the same thing. If you're being super sweaty about trying to delve deeper as fast as possible, the capacity, I suppose, would save you some time from going back and refilling. Because flare caches are a thing? Yeah, they're so cheap that I don't care about spending 30 azurite to just fill it all the way. And you can fill it with one click now. At some point they added the quality of life feature to instantly buy max flares. I know you used to have to click on it one at a time in the past. But now it's just like one click, max flares, good to go. We back in the mines? We're back in the mines. They call to me. But now I'm just down here collecting my divine orbs. Just kind of curious how many divines I could make down here on the last few days. The answer is a lot. Popular game Minecraft, popular PoE mechanic Delph. The kids yearn for the mines. Everyone yearns for the mines. Wow, this biome has no mods on it. I guess I'll go that way. Path of least resistance. Put all your azurite in max azurite? Or you mean max sulfite? Yeah. Yup. Max out sulfite, max out dynamite capacity, dynamite damage, dynamite AoE, and then get a little bit of duration on your flares, and good to go. Mirage starts March 6th. Friday, March 6th is when Mirage League starts. So a week and 1 day from now. What the heck is that? I see something in my combined chat that I can't see, or like something in the combined chat that doesn't load. What was that? Oh, that's weird. For whatever reason, here's the multi-chat software that I switched to the other day because Stream Elements kept breaking. For whatever reason, it doesn't have the character for the star symbol. That's so fucking weird. Okay. Well, good to know, I guess. At what level do they not become stronger? You mean the monsters in Delve? 6,000. If you're asking about something else, be more specific. If you look at the Delve leaderboards, you'll see a handful of like 20 or 30 people that all stop at 6,000 depth because that's where it stops scaling. Some people just want to see if their character can handle the hardest delve depth, and then once they get there, they stop. That's where I believe the monster health and damage stops scaling. I've heard RF can delve. I don't think I've seen it myself. I'm not sure what the difference is between... Oh, 6,000 and 10,000, there's no difference. I thought you were saying 6,000 and 1,000. 6,000 and 10,000, there's no difference. Does it have more nodes? Map modifiers? I'm not sure. See if we can educate ourselves on Delve. Depth scaling. It looks like 3.16 was a lot of delving changes. The red ones? The fossil nodes. I swear there was a chart of the delve loot difficulty scaling somewhere that's probably outdated by now. Delve scaling chart. 1 month ago. Oh, this might be current. Let's see what this is. Deep delve. What the heck is this? I clicked the link and it didn't do anything. Do I have a virus now? Aha. Flashbang. Monster damage, monster life. I don't see any loot data on here though. I believe the rewards also scale up to 6,000 and stop there, I think. I don't know for sure though. Why is the PoE music so soothing? It's just... the calm before the storm. They gotta bring us down so they can hype us back up as it gets closer to the start. Let's see. Biomes. The chance to generate each biome is dependent on the weight of all biomes at each depth. The following table indicates the depth thresholds for minimum and maximum weight. Depths between those two values scale non-linearly. A visual representation can be found here. Ah. Biome weighting. Delve biome fossils. Oh, here's... I think this is what you're looking for. These have, Are these the nodes that give this a specific fossil? Abyssal depths. That's where the hollow fossil would be if it were on here, and it's not. What does this one show? Oh. I think this one's probably the more useful one, because you want to find the Vol Outpost, the Vol Outpost, Abyssal City, and Primeval Ruins. So it looks like finding those more often stops at 1500. Which fossil's best? I think hollow fossil's worth the most right now, yeah. Which would be the Abyssal Depths biome. Looks like that one doesn't have any higher weighting past depth 100. Although, I'm pretty sure the biome doesn't guarantee that it spawns the fossil. The specific fossil node is what guarantees it. So I think that probably still appears more frequently the deeper you get, but I'm not sure where to find that, if there's any information on that specifically. Because anyone that delves this deep will tell you they get the good fossil nodes more often the deeper they go. I just don't know where to find the data for it. Out of the generic ones, I believe it scales with the quantity on the area. I don't think the ones that guarantee a specific fossil, like Molten Cavity, I'm pretty sure it always drops only one, because it's like tile loot, basically, but I could be wrong, because I think the deepest I've been is somewhere between 1200 and 1800. I don't think I've ever gotten to past 2K yet. Node weight and spawn rate. Yeah. Biome spawn rate. It's interesting stuff, though. Lots to know, lots to learn. Or you can just play the game and be like, hey, look at all this cool loot. The amount of azurite? Yeah, the amount of azurite should keep scaling as you go deeper. You get more azurite as you go deeper. I think quantity applies to it, I'm not sure. But, okay, so we got about 1200 azurite here. Here, we'll do it on the next one, because I think that was a tier 1 node, but we know for sure this is a tier 1 node with no modifiers. We can see how much azurite we get from this, and then I can go to a shallower depth and see how much azurite we get. Okay, so we got 1100. And that was what? We're almost at 1K exactly. We're at 950. So let's go down to depth 200. Here's another level 1 azurite node. And this one has quantity on it, it looks like. Chaos Orb. So, might not be the perfect one-to-one comparison, because this might give a tiny bit extra because of the quantity. Don't know for sure. But we'll almost certainly get less azurite on this one by a significant amount. Hey, one of the Doriani's maps sold. Alright. Yeah, we got 500 at depth 200. So, we got more than double at depth 950. I missed the first one? Nice. Oh, now we might be able to get a new upgrade or something, but that'll probably be something I do tomorrow, because we're gonna... Live stream starts in 5 minutes. That'll have the full attention. Then we're gonna listen to the FAQ, and I don't want to do Path of Building while listening to the FAQ at the same time. That requires way too much focus to do both at the same time. Oh yeah, lower depths could definitely still be worth farming if you do it fast. It's all a balancing game of how fast can you do it, how much does it give, all of that. Same can be said about tier 1 mapping strategies like beast farming, or I think essence farming. You might want to do essence. I'm not going to get to the bottom by doing it like that. I think you might need to do essence farming in tier 16 in PoE 1, but I know you can do beast farming in tier 1, and you can still farm some of the essences in tier 1, so it's all a balancing act of speed versus difficulty and all of that. Temple farming, that's a good one too. You just need to get the room leveled up to tier 3 or tier 4 or whatever. And then you get the one thing from the temple that's valuable, which is the room that provides double corrupt or whatever else is useful out of the temples. Which way do we want to go? Well, this looks like it actually goes down. I don't know where the fuck this goes, so I think we're gonna go this way. Is Betrayal still good at low levels? Don't think so, but maybe. I believe the area level for the rewards probably does matter, and I believe it's based on like the average of your last couple of kills against the syndicate, or your last couple syndicate completions. About to start? Yep, sure is. Do 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 do. Uh-oh. Immersion break. I saw the edge of the world. Mm-mm. Everybody freak out, it's on the screen twice. Oh. Wait. I'll just get rid of the emote for now. I was gonna put it somewhere else on the screen, but I also don't want to move the one that's already there. Oh wait, I want to do this in like this. Alpha 2.0. Players in Mirage area have Soul Eater, more rarity, additional bosses. This is kind of loud. Ooh. Okay then. Imbued gems. What the fuck? New uniques and restore them. Exceptional supports. Ooh. Atlas fractured. Reliquarian ascendancies. All right, let's go. That was a lot of cool stuff in 30 seconds. A Zorok bloodline? I don't know. New core content? Hell yeah. Ooh. Okay. Hell yeah, that's what I want to hear. Remove the chat, please. Nope. Portal scrolls and wisdom scrolls. Drop as other. Oh boy, transmute orbs. Oh, cannot die. Corrupting. Okay. Does it said fires 13 arrows? Was that a skill that normally does that? I can't parse the screens I'm seeing fast enough. Seven link? Yup. Oh. Okay. This is a really bad build for Legion. I could. It was so hard to focus on what he was saying, watching him run around slapping the Legion like that. Ooh. Okay. Oh. That's gonna be expensive. Okay. Easier, different way to get dust. Where is it? I can't find it. Yo. New mind lock in. Double down on skipping that bullshit. Okay. It didn't seem crazy, but maybe someone can make a build with that. Oh. Dot 100% fire. Hmm. Self ignite. Sword. Dude, what the fuck? Two buffs with no flasks. Hmm. It's hard to tell if it'd be worth dropping all flasks for it, but I'm pretty sure that it just gives you 90 max res and 100% crit chance, which would be pretty powerful. Yep. Prophecy 2.0 upgrading uniques. I mean, seems better than before. It still looks kind of awkward with how slow the spin is, but I guess you could probably increase that if you want. Eh, I don't care about retaliation skills. Mm, Okay. Yep. Or just yeah, I was gonna say just other players. Holy word. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like that. I don't know how well that will feel actually playing it, but it seems kind of different, a little bit unique. And Sabo? Oh, Warden. Okay. That's me. I played that. Nice. I think there's gonna be a lot of people playing this Ascendancy. What? Oh, 60 all attributes? Mm-hmm. You basically get to put on two uniques at once, so there's gonna be a lot of different builds you can make with this. Or two uniques in the same slot, that is. Ah, they're gonna switch them. Cool. Yes! Mm-hmm. Hmm. Are we separating it into regions again? That used to be a thing. I'm not sure how I would feel about it. This. Mm-hmm. This was most people found it annoying to manage, but it did add some extra complexity. Ooh. Yup. Hold, hold, hold. Oh, that's a huge change. Hmm. I think this is probably a good change. Yup. Yup. So the downside is people that use that as a farming strategy might not be able to do so anymore. Depends on if they've changed the map sustain. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, Untainted Paradise. And it. Oh. Ah. Okay. Makes sense. Becomes more powerful. Oh. Hmm. Map gonna look like a coloring book. It's gonna look like a finger painting drawing by a child, but Items. Oh, void battery. Divine. Oh, awesome. You can do either one you want to do. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Nice. I have a feeling this might have something to do with all the garbage appearing on screen right now. Oh. I, so, okay. Good. Goodbye. Good. 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 That seems fine, sure. Actually, it's probably better if it's a consistently applies that buff. Cool. Exceptional rogue exile. They're not gonna kill it. They're not gonna show us what it drops. Meh. That doesn't seem that great. Oh. Hey. Oh, that doesn't seem that good. Actually, if it's just random cards, maybe good. I don't know. Probably not. Okay. That makes sense. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Damn. Nightmare map. Okay. Seems like a good change. I bet they will. Fork, chain. I don't know most of these other ones. Anybody making frog build? Who's making frog build? Ooh. Okay. I think mana stackers just got buffed, and unless they get nerfed somewhere else. Yeah, that too. They also look ugly as hell. Are always unstable breaches. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, that could be good. Oh, new minions. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, it sure was. Probably gonna be some of the stuff we already saw. Yep. W. That one. Dissipation. Ooh. Ooh. That's a fancy portal. Oh, he's got a rat. Oh my god. Okay. Cute. Aw. No. Those look pretty good. Ah. Ooh. Okay. Hmm. There's a new cat. Go and steal people's pets. Hey. Steal steal the little band that plays music in every town. Q&A time. Woo. That was a lot. All right. This is going on my other screen now. And we're gonna switch to this one. No, this one. There we go. Hello. The audio is them, not me. Okay, I'm gonna add audio source. Try to make this smaller to not cut off Mark's head. Yeah, it seems fine. Everyone W spamming crown loot. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like the league mechanic is definitely gonna be providing a lot of extra loot. I'm expecting one of Ziggy's questions to be about the ground loot stuff. Ooh, Crystal Spire. It's got a interesting hairstyle going on. I haven't seen Octavian in a while. He used, I think they probably said it, but he used to stream a bunch of Path of Exile before he started working there. Audio balancing here doesn't look right. Let me. Yeah, I don't know. Most people's streaming setups are just their face, so you can usually hide a lot of that, but I don't know. That's what I would. That's what I expect from GGG. Uh-huh. This was what I was thinking like a week ago. Is all of this came out a week before they were gonna do this stream. Like all the feedback was being popularized a week before, so they don't got a lot of time to respond. Yeah. Not a direct nerf type thing. It's just less good because something else got better. It did not work. Yeah. It's useful for some things, but it did not make like rare loot dropping feel any better than it did before. As far as I'm aware, they're just used as a crafting base, which is fine. Cool. Someone want to purposefully make a shittier item for some reason. There are a few lower level bases that have a implicit that higher level bases don't have, though. Would be the argument. Okay. Double wisdom scrolls, baby. This fucking exile, come here. Wait, what the hell? This guy have a stroke? Is this a different language? What? Implicit spell crit staff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different weird base items. Hmm. Or just turn the garbage into something useful. Uh-huh. Fair argument, I would say. Because doubling the ground loot of, you wanna... Let's show an example here. City Square. What the hell? There we go. Okay. Pack size, extra rares, hunted traders. Okay, we got a good amount. I think all the effect we can get. Because, here's the base mapping experience. No quantity on that. No quantity on that. I already had these, I think. This is the stuff from the map, I think. I don't think that dropped here. Heavy belt. Okay, these were deterministic outcomes based on the Atlas tree, like from killing the bosses. This was not random loot, really. Maybe the map. Okay, so this is base ground loot. This is what they're saying they're going to double. So, you know, the argument of doubling nothing is still nothing probably has a pretty valid point here. It's not going to be twice as many divines across the board. It's twice as much as the base loot, which most high-end farmers uh are already generating tons of currency just by other means. The biggest argument, like the biggest complaint here, is that the most valuable ways to generate currency are all following this tile loot. Just want different ways to get the currency. So it's like those divines are already being created in mass just through different mechanics like what King's March and stuff like that. Because they're not doubling divines of all sources, they're just doubling currency from the base monsters in a map. I mean, I think the people that have a bunch of mirrors are more understanding of the numbers than you would think because they have that much currency. You typically don't get that much currency by accident and being stupid. I mean, maybe some people do, but yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know for sure until it happens. Something on paper can work very differently in practice. Rub his hands together. I know I have secrets that I cannot tell you. Leather belt, leather belt, leather belt. Confirmed making PoE 2 into PoE 1 or the other way around. Do it. I mean, the T-17 map bosses were like that for, I think, the entire time they existed. The but the loot in the map was also so good that you would just do both. Yeah, I think it's a combination of he's well spoken. He's well spoken, and he's not. He's good for branding. There's like nothing about Ziggy D that's off-putting to anybody, and lives. He can show up in person easily. Essentially like a salesperson or like a liaison of the creator community, right? He's the one that can you send to do the talking. He might not be the sweaty tryhard that does the crazy farms, but he's the person that speaks on behalf of, the new player and also the sweaty end game farmer. I think the switch from crops giving currency to ores giving currency is a decent is a decent change. I don't know if it'll be enough, but at least you have to engage with the gathering the ore in the map to get raw currency out of King's March. I think also the quota thing combined with that, it it will make it you have to actually like put thought into what you're doing because the current King's March meta, there's like two strategies for boats. You don't have to think or do anything. You just get the amount of crops you need and you send them and you're done and then you get divines back. This you have to like maybe re-roll the quotas, go get the correct things for the quotas, at least a little bit more engaging. I'm guessing they said they swapped them, so crops should give gear if that's accurate. Giving a keystone that only affects not being in a party, that doesn't sound like something they would ever do. Yeah, I don't like it when they add boss drops into general loot pools. You want to know how complex PoE is? The people making the game don't even know how the game fucking works. No wonder you kept having questions every day. Uh-huh. Well, also the thing is, the game is more than 10 years old, so it's like there was something that was probably in the game at one point that got changed 5 different times, and you can't remember what's the current state of that mechanic because it got changed 5 different times. Remember when Vol Orbs weren't in the game? I wouldn't mind them adding rare tiered loot to PoE 1. I think it could work out if they do it correctly. I think it would be a good addition. Oh, I was wondering why the bot timed you out. It's because I have it set up for the old .reddit is the part that's messing up the bot. But I can still see your message, so. Oh, if I don't have this on my main monitor, it pauses it. Or not my main monitor, but if I have it minimized or whatever. Good. Because I don't think they said that in the like 30-minute video. It feels like they put some of the rewards that Breach Stones gave into the Genesis tree, and that's why they want to keep it. So, the old Breach Stones would roll random mods like drops X divination cards, fragments, currency items, blah blah blah, which is kind of what the tree does now. Oh, audio's not coming through on YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't think I can fix that while I'm live. Yeah, it does feel a lot like Sextants. Seems to be more generic than the old Sextants, because, like, old Sextants kind of got morphed into Scarabs, which have lots of different outcomes. It seems like the things that the arbles or whatever that you put on the atlas seem to be a bit more like one of each mechanic type thing, but maybe they have a bunch of them instead of each mechanic having 4 different variations or 6 variations. I was talking about something else and don't know what the conversation is about right now. The chat has been satisfied by the conversation. We'll see if the actual gameplay next week is also satisfactory. Uh, I'm sure with all the so many other changes, it'll be fun no matter what. Either way. Yeah, they're missing out a lot on controlling player reaction by not controlling loot filters themselves. Oh, what the? Dude, that's oh my god. That sounds nightmarish for someone's gonna make a build that needs those kinds of jewels, and you're just gonna hate your life trying to craft it. But there's the loot filter thing. There's a lot of manipulation you can do to the player psychology by just changing how it looks when something drops. Like I could change my chaos orbs to look like exalted orbs, and then I know deep down, it's still worth a Chaos Orb, but there's something in the back of your brain where it's like, it feels better though because it shows up shinier, which is a lever they don't have any control over with their current filter system. It's something you would see a lot in the gambling world and casinos and stuff. They use that kind of psychology a lot to manipulate people to keep gambling. I got a PoE inside of my PoE. I got a map inside my map. Which that also used to be a thing. You used to be able to open maps inside of your maps. Some of the NPCs would spawn inside and you'd have a thing where you'd talk to them and they'd open a map inside your map. Tip for Mikey or anyone who's new for a new league. If you want to get to the end game fast, don't do every single Mirage encounter. You're gonna get into maps like a day late. But if you need a power spike, then by all means do the Mirage encounter. But if you don't need a power spike, skip the Mirage encounter. Take your time with RF. Fair. Ah. They've done it. Very true, Halfdan. Very true, Mike. It's pretty nice. Sounds complicated. I think he meant to say weirdly fun. That's how you would say that in English? Send yourself to the void. What the? I mean, it sounds like they like their jobs. I hear a 6 p.m. meeting and I cringe. What the? Oh, they're right here. I ran past them. That is a pretty interesting point of view for the devs. That's probably what the at one point I saw some new thing of a map, like deadly. I don't think that it was deadly, but it was like X type of map can drop. Is that what that was? I think it was on the Void Stone, though, which wouldn't make sense for it to be tied to the League mechanic. You wonder how the accents are at GGG? Once they're done with this and we're looking at patch notes, I'll pull up a video. If people haven't heard Bex's voice before, she doesn't work at GGG anymore, but she's still working in the games industry, and she's done voiceovers for promotional material for the new game she works on. And interesting accent, because I hadn't realized until I watched that I'd never heard her voice before. It was always text. ASMR turning my PoE1 uniques into revitalizing the PoE1 uniques or whatever. Removing the rust. ASMR. A Sunder Boy? Probably Ziz, I don't know. Probably Ziz or Quinn. Well, now I think about it, more and more names keep coming to mind. It could have been Ziz, Elk, or Quinn. Damn, that's a long path. Yeah, I mean, I think Sunder's still usable. It just doesn't get used because there's like 2 other slam skills that just scale better with damage. So it's just like using a lesser version of one of those if you like how Sunder feels more for some reason. The fuck? Did they say 6-7? Why did the chat turn into Zoomer brain rot? Follow the Octavian path to getting hired at GGG. Be a content creator that just makes great in-depth videos and game mechanic suggestions and stuff. And then you can go work at GGG. Six, seven, not like this. I don't think there's very many Zoomers watching this stream. I think it's just old people pretending to be young. I think if you took the average age of Path of Exile players, it's probably in the late 20s. I'm 30 myself, and I know a lot of the other content creators are older than me too. I do like the alternating Scion ascendancy stuff. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Get to see. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's pretty. It's gotta be pretty low amount of work compared to like starting something from scratch because they're just borrowing stuff from existing uniques. So it's like take an existing unique, make sure it's not completely absolutely broken, put it in, and then someone finds a completely broken thing for it anyways. They just have to work for it. What is 6-7? The meme for 6-7 is it has no meaning really. Came from some random TikTok where the lyrics in the song are 6-7, and there was a really popular TikTok of some dude just saying 6-7, 6-7 over and over again. And then someone also made a different TikTok with like the same theme of a basketball player. Yeah, it basically means nothing though. That's the meme. The new generation kind of sucks at making memes because one of their most popular ones is the meme means nothing. Yeah, there's the hand motion that kind of just looks like you're fondling your tits. That some people do for 6-7. I don't know when that became a part of the meme. I think the I think the only people that I don't think anybody likes rolling magma. I don't think that person exists. The people that use it because it's strongest, not because they like it. New fireball from lab. Hmm. Fireball. I could see it. It doesn't already have a transfigured version, right? Yeah, I bet they will have a transfigured fireball gem. Oh, Shock Nova. Fuck even is this skill? Oh, it's that. Okay. I think they were showing that in the preview footage. He's like, we showed off a frost spell in the video, but actually it might just be better if it's not cold. Exceptional culling strike. Um, I bet you if they're if they make it rare enough, they made it into a headhunter. Chance on calling a monster to gain its modifiers. I bet you that's what it is. But it'll have to be really, really rare if they do that, or a really small chance to gain the modifiers. Yep. I unironically have that on one of my old videos. It says this build does not work anymore. What? Harbingers? What? What? Hold up here. Well, now explain the reasoning for this. I liked Harbingers. They're not. I'd say they weren't the best thing, but they were fun. I found them fun. First Breach, now Harbinger. Sharpen your pitchforks. Chance to flee, reverse, knockback, cyclone. That sounds so awesome. Return to Garbinger. It means they were killed. They're gonna come back, and instead of blue, they're gonna be purple. Okay. They come back as Harby gods. Wait. If anyone's curious what they're talking about, it's where the hell is mine? Oh, there it is. Here's the Harbinger boss. Here's the Harbinger boss portal. My AFK farm is now gone. I can just hold the button down here and I don't need to move and I won't die. Farm XP like this. Yeah. I I want to know next league the percentage of Atlas trees that block breach from spawning. It's probably gonna be a decent amount. Why did he walk behind the portal? Why'd the Harbinger do that? I feel like the destroy when they're damaged, it'll probably feel okay, but like they're still blocking. It's gonna eat a projectile, but end game builds shoot like 50 projectiles a second or more, so probably won't feel that bad in practice. Yeah, I mean, most builds have enough spam that it'll probably just not feel like a problem anymore. The person using the, zero range melee strike skill that only hits one monster at a time, they might not feel too great, but their build probably doesn't feel too great all of the time anyways, so a 7 link heavy strike, melee splash enchant on it, or whatever. 7 link. Yep. It's nice and simple. Just kill a bunch of monsters. That's what I want to do. It's coming full circle now. He's leaking it. The Harbingers got taken out because it's gonna be Harbinger versus Breach, and then we're stuck in the middle, and then it's actually Legion 2, Breach 3, Harbinger 2, all in the same league. Yeah, no complaints about that. Foulborn uniques seem good. Trying to think. Is there like mechanically speaking, is there much of a difference between Foulborn and uh oh god. What the hell? Am I wearing a replica? Replica, that's what I'm thinking. Is like mechanically speaking, is there much of a difference between something being a replica unique and something be a Foulborn unique? Because replica uniques are just changing the the like unique part of the item to do something different. I think the one difference is Foulborn can replace different mods on the unique, while replica is always the same. No, I don't think they've said anything about Delve. Oh, well, there's some Delve topics. Well, Delve will be more profitable next league because not a lot of people want to do it, and if that's the only way to get fossils, those fossils are probably going to be pretty damn pricey now. Mm. They're like, not my department, dude. I don't fucking know. Let me transfer you to the Genesis tree department. All right, Mikey. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. We got a new build tester. Hit the enrage button 10 times, see if your character is still standing at the end. Bruh. I need to go to the bathroom, but I don't want to until they're done with the stream. Just carry your headset, it's wired. I'm probably just gonna put it on my phone and bring my phone with me. I'll be right back then. Back. Massive W chisel sucked? Yeah. I thought they were getting rid of some of the Maven chisels. I didn't realize they were just getting rid of normal chisels, but I mean, it is kind of just a waste of time. Anybody that knows how to play the game puts it on every single map they use. Yeah. That seems like the easy solution. It's like, nope, there is no way we can optimize our game well enough to spawn 1 million monsters in one map. We we simply cannot. Which seems pretty reasonable. He's doing he's doing the 6-7 hand mode. Oh my god. Ugh. You cracked the code. Now we know why chat is going insane. Nightmare maps. That was the thing I saw in the Void Stone. Barrels. Okay. Ah. I mean, it's hard to make them worse than the base T16s currently, so. Oh yeah. There's not a whole lot of uses for Chaos Orbs now. Hmm. I think we're gonna start using Chaos Orbs to reroll maps instead of elk scouring. Some people already do that when they're rich enough, but I think that's gonna be their main use now. I, I, um, well, I mean, they didn't have to say it for the smart players to realize it very quickly. Because if you think about what Chaos Orbs get used for right now, that's almost all of it. You need alts to be cheap. Hmm. I think they'll probably be roughly the same to my. Maybe they get a little bit more expensive because more of the better currencies are dropping, but I don't imagine a lot's gonna change for the alteration orbs. Appreciate because chaos go into inflation. I mean, my prediction would be uh we may start trading in a different base currency. We might start using GCPs or exalts as the new like chaos orb. I expect either exalts or gem cutters to become the currency that most people trade in instead of chaos if chaos loses most of its value. Alt. Yeah, I don't think it'll be alterations just because there's too much alterations as well. Because GCPs have a currency sink basically the entire league because people corrupt gems, and now there's another different way to corrupt gems or like craft on them. I'm pretty sure that thing that makes them into a 7 link gem corrupts them at the same time. So there's even more ways that you're gonna be going through gems and bricking them that making GCPs a constant currency sink. Yeah. I'm look at our stash. Like, what else is there? These are being removed. These go down in value because flasks, people finish their flasks and then don't need it anymore. Could also be annulments. Annulments, exalts, GCPs. Vol orb. Actually, it could be vol orbs because you still need to vol your. I think you still need to vol your maps, right? So it might vol orbs might become the new trading currency as well. How will people get ancient orbs? I think they said they're adding it to the base pool. I know they said that fracturing orbs are being added to the base pool, and I think ancient orbs are as well. Used once per map. Yeah. I'd say there probably wouldn't be. I don't think there'd be like more of them being used, but I think they might get used more than chaos, which would be the possibility for them being the new trading currency. Because it's like, we think of these, and I guess this, because it's the current one, right? If we think about these currencies, it would probably be imagine which one gets used the most, also while compared to its relative drop rate. It's probably GCPs, and then like in order of most to least used, it's probably like GCP, Vol Orb, one of these two, because annulments are super cheap, but and then exalts are seemingly currently more rare than annuls. That could change. I mean, honestly, I think for Harvest, it's not that bad. GCP and null div, maybe in that order. Mm. Feeling like a Calandra moment. I mean, honestly, if you really care about your standard currency, you might want to unironically log in. We can go look at the live Chaos Divine Orb ratio. It looks like nobody's doing anything on standard. Okay, well, maybe the Chaos Orb is overhyped, or none of the standard players were watching the stream, but like nobody's liquidating them in either direction. And you know for sure there is people in standard that have enough currency for one person to dramatically start shifting it right away. Nothing's happening. Yeah, you'll probably be able to see the graphs on oh, they hosted Shy Lily. Or not Shy Lily, DS Lily. So many streamers with Lily in their name. All right. I muted Firefox. The last thing I heard her say is, "I'm not good at stalling. Sorry. If the patch notes aren't up, I don't know what." We're just gonna sit here. All right. Let's see. Go back to my normal screen. Yeah, I think it'll probably be a smaller change than the Exalt Divine swap, the Exalt Divine switcheroo they did in the past. Do 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 do. Bring our little dragon emote back. Heist chaos recipe spammers in shambles. Is that why people heisted early? I knew people heisted early to get currency right, you know, to get currency easily early. I just didn't know what exactly they were doing in there. I just saw them go into the building and come out with money. I don't know what they did inside that building. Tons of rare un-ID'd jewelry. Ah, I see. So I think someone posted it earlier. They were gonna post the patch notes. Was it 2 p.m. CST? Was that the not CST, PST? 2 p.m. Pacific? Was that the time frame? They are not currently on the patch notes page, that's for sure. This is the wrong character. Going to PAL for some KF discussion. Sounds good. All right. Well, if someone sees the patch notes get posted before I do, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go over those once they do come out. And I'll just do some other stuff in the meantime. Okay. Well, I think we can safely say that was a good reveal stream. They acknowledged many issues and gave their thoughts for initial buffs, especially regarding ground loot situation, and should be a lot of meta endgame shakeup, especially with the Atlas change and all that. Now we wait for patch notes to see if everybody's league starter favorite build got nerfed or not. Whoa, okay. Stood in one too many chaos explosions there. Let me double check that my audio levels are... Okay, yeah. Change it back to what it was before. Lowered Path of Exile a bunch so it didn't drown out the Q&A. Oh, +1 skellies, +1 zombies. Those are sometimes good mods. I almost ignored them because they were body armors and I thought it was just garbage stuff. I mean, it's probably still garbage, but I know if you get this fractured on a good base, it's worth a lot. Yeah. Looks like there's a lot of them, so probably still worthless. I was thinking maybe might be useful for recombinators or whatever. I think these tornadoes hitting me is probably beneficial because it raises my ES regen. I was trying to run away from them and then I realized I think those tornadoes are actually helping me. Bum, 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 bum. Trying to kill the Soul Eater. There he goes. Alright, so now trying to think strategies for currency farming next league. My initial plan was Harvest plus Cyrus Conqueror Maven Invitation Witness farming. So I do Harvest in the Cyrus Conqueror maps. So we get those bosses witnessed, and then we just do the Harvest, rinse and repeat. That might still be possible. We might not be able to juice up Harvest as high as possible with the new Atlas currency, the blob currency. Because they were saying the blob currencies can't be applied to the edges of the Atlas, which I assume that's also where the Cyrus Conqueror maps are going to be now, on the edges. So you might not be able to apply those orbs to those maps. There's probably going to be some sort of harvest one. But I would imagine you'd still be able to get harvest in those maps. And they would, I would imagine, still be affected by your Atlas tree. So you'd probably still be able to do like a decent harvest farm at the same time while doing that. Oh, this is a normal essence, not a fossil essence node. It's like, this looks weird. Why'd you link me, Techno? Sounds decent. Do you have it on Spotify? I don't play my music through YouTube. Ah, unfortunate. Well, we can survive this. This guy's gonna take a second to die. How much DPS do I make? I don't know. There's the in-game damage numbers. Let's see. Pause this. Where's the here's the Firefox audio. Here's the song that Mullen sent. Here we can do a boss, and that'll show how much damage we have. Is there one that doesn't have annoying phases? Probably Elder. Take these out. So we have enslavement and eradication. Run this and this.
Hello.
Guess we can get some sulfite at the same time. What a shitty map layout. Oh god. Okay, here's the other song. I didn't know the quest to show how much DPS I have would have me going through a maze. There we go. Quite literally the maze map. I picked a boss that has less annoying phases, except to get the fragments, it has annoying phases. Patch notes are up. Nice. We'll do an elder kill. Then we'll take a look at the patch notes. Hello, are you not phased yet? I stopped attacking him because I thought he was phased. Portals are disabled here. Oh shit, I was gonna grab sulfite. If I ignored the sulfite, I don't really care. Scarab is ultra cheap. I love that every door is labeled arena in this place. There we go. There's the right arena. Alright. We'll do Elder without Maven so he doesn't get healed. It's pretty decent music. Wasn't offensive or anything. I could imagine listening to that in a mix of other EDM music. But I'm gonna switch back to Spotify here so it doesn't just stop playing in the middle of the map here. So Elder always has the same amount of health, so if you're able to find wherever it's listed how much health Elder has, this is how much DPS I have. See how many seconds it took him to get down to a third or quarter HP, and then you can figure out how much DPS I have. Elder dead. I forget, some of these bosses drop like loot way after they're dead, and I forget if Elder's one of them. I think we're good. No Watcher's Eye today. We got a Fragment of Terror, though. All right, let's take a look. Hey, look, there's the completed thing. Let's take a look at patch notes. Guess I'll keep the game open in case there's something I want to check in-game. All right. Let's make this bigger so you can actually read it on the stream. There. That's what we'll be doing in the league. Okay. Free the spirits. Like, most of this doesn't really mean much. It's kind of all just flavor information. This is probably the first line that means something. Varashta can augment the magic of Mirage. She allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes. They talked about that. These wishes modify the Mirage in powerful and potent ways, transforming the copy within and causing monsters slain to drop powerful loot, currency for enhancing your equipment and gems, special caches, and even strange, mysterious coins. Fight your way through the monsters. Yep. be the normal leagues that you would expect. Die in hardcore, you're sent to standard Mirage, or you're sent to Mirage League. Set of 40 new challenges. Earn pieces of the Orb Regalia armor set when you complete 12, 20, 28, and 36. So it looks like it's another armor set for the challenge rewards this time. And the normal totem pole that is with every league. Okay, Reliquarian Ascendancy class for Scion. Borrows powers from unique items and will change with each league. They already went over that in the live stream. For this reason, these notables will not be available as outcomes for the Forbidden Flame and Forbidden Flesh unique jewels. Important thing to note, but also that makes sense. Okay, we got the exceptional support gems. They went over that in the stream. Coin of Knowledge, which corrupts a level 20 skill gem, imbuing it with a random valid intelligence support effect. And then there's strength and dex support effects as well from these corresponding currencies. So you notably can't use this on a level 21 gem because, one, it would already be corrupted, and this specifically says level 20. So even if you somehow got your hands on a level 21 uncorrupted skill gem, which I don't know how you'd do that, but if you did, it shouldn't work. So you'll have to decide, do you want an extra support gem or do you want a level 21 gem? You probably want the extra support effect in most cases. Divine Blast. New gem. Holy Hammers. I believe that's one of the ones they showed. Holy Strike. Which makes copies of your weapons that also attack when you attack or something. Shield of Light. Retaliate skill. I don't really care that much about. Shockwave Totem of Authority seems kind of interesting because it, instead of the effect coming from the totems, you summon the totems and then the, I guess, spell or attack happens around you instead of the totem. Shakes the earth around you. Okay, so we were here. Shockwave Authority. Static Strike of Gathering Lightning. Attack with a melee weapon, gaining a Gathering Lightning buff for a duration if you hit an enemy while you have the buff. Attacks with this skill will cause chaining beams of lightning, which chain farther the more Gathering Lightning you have. Okay. Charged Dash of Projection. They also showed this. Channel to... actually, maybe they didn't show this. I think that I was confusing it with a different one. Alright. Channel to project an illusion which you steer. You gain stages while it moves until it stops at a maximum total distance. Waves of area damage frequently pulse along its path based on your attack speed. Stop channeling to release the illusion. Dealing a final wave of damage requires a melee weapon. So, seems to be an attack channeling skill. Flamethrower Trap of Stability. Throw a trap that releases a number of flames in different directions around it when triggered. The flames last for a duration, repeatedly dealing damage. Kinetic Fusillade of Detonation. Wave your wand to create multiple hovering kinetic projectiles. After a short duration, the projectiles explode, dealing area damage. Using this attack again will reset the duration for all hovering projectiles. Cannot be used by traps or mines. Or cannot be directly used. Not sure what indirect way you may be able to use it, but... next skill, Orb of Storms of Squalls. An electrical orb that will strike enemies in its area of effect with beams of lightning when placed, as well as when you use a lightning skill while within its area. These beams of lightning can then split to hit more enemies. When striking enemies, the orb will teleport to a random enemy struck. Casting this again will replace the previous orb. So it makes like an AoE that darts around following the enemies that it hits. Kind of sounds a lot like a... Sounds a lot like how... dude. I forget the name of it. Brands. It sounds a lot like how a brand works, but it's technically not a brand. Okay. Shock Nova of Procession. Cast a ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger lightning nova. Each effect hits enemies caught in their area with lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset from the previous in the direction of your target. Sure. You're back. Welcome back. Storm Burst of Repulsion. Unleash orbs of energy while you channel that repeatedly jump away from the targeted location until their duration expires, dealing damage in a small area after each jump. When you stop channeling, all remaining orbs explode, dealing higher damage. Siphoning Trap of Pain. Gotta go again? Alright. Well, we'll be here. Throws a trap that applies debuff beams to a number of nearby enemies for a duration. The beams chill enemies and deal cold damage over time. Blessed Call support. Are we switching to support gems now? It looks like it. Supports Warcry skills, causing them to create consecrated ground. Supported Warcries have lowered AoE and cooldown recovery, cannot support triggered Warcries. Excommunicate. Supports melee attacks, causing them to gain a percentage of fizz damage as extra fire and lightning damage, and excommunicate enemies on melee hit. Whatever that means. That I don't know if they talked about that one in the stream or not. Does not modify skills used by minions. Exemplar support. Supports minion skills, causing your minions to have increased crit chance, crit multi for each of your own recent crits. Alright. Would probably... could probably be a cool Herald of Agony thing, because you have to usually attack to get poison stacks to buff your Herald of Agony, and then if you're already attacking anyways to buff your Herald of Agony, you can give them crit because you're also attacking. And assumingly in this situation, dealing crits. Hollow support. Supports melee attacks you use yourself, causing them to inflict hollowing flame. Okay, I think this was the one that they had gone over in the stream. Does not modify skills used by minions. And I believe Hollowing Flame was the one that someone else besides you can then hit them and trigger it to deal more damage. 10 new rune graphs. Rune graft of Agile, Connection, Consecration, Fury, Imbued, Rallying, Resurgence, Rot Blood, Spellbound, and Suffering. So, looks like there's no description of what they do, at least not here. But some of these keywords can probably give people an idea of what they will be themed around. 13 new unique items, 8 new div cards. The exotic substash of the currency stash has been split into 2 new substashes, Atlas and League. Continue to incrementally improve sound art. Yep. Okay, what section was that even in? New content and features. All right. Extensive changes have been made to the Atlas. No kidding. All right. So some of it's been streamlined while keeping the parts of it that are awesome. Map items are no longer associated to a specific map, so it now just drops tier 10 map, and then you put the map into the Atlas, and that's how you get your that's how you run your Mesa, is you put a regular tier 10 map into the Mesa slot on the Atlas, and then you're in Mesa. Pretty much the way the PoE2 Atlas works, except it's not an infinite Atlas, it's just the PoE1 Atlas instead. We are exploring out from the center of the Atlas. Each corner has a void stone slot. Anything you would put into the map device is now physically represented on the Atlas. So this includes things like Legion, unique maps, all the unique maps, not just the ones you need for completion. The Atziri fight, any of the other boss fights that use fragments should all show up on the Atlas now, because you would put those things into your map device. All unique maps are now present, including some old favorites appearing for the first time. They showed on the stream there was an icon for Untainted Paradise. So that would be one of the old favorite appearing for the first time. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed on your Atlas up to a maximum of 10. There is around 20 unique maps, so you only need to do half. So you can do Hall of Grand Masters as part of your completion if you're capable of doing so and don't want to do one of the other 20 that would be easier than Hall of the Grandmaster. Remaining points have been moved to other places. You can now get more total Atlas skill points than before. Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together and severing them. He has made use of a new mysterious discovery, Arcane Astrolabs, Astrolables, what? Arcane Astro. But by using them to trace her movement, they can cause dangerous side effects. So this is like the sextant, basically the new sextant applying to the Atlas. Maps in a certain area get increased effect, then disappear after you run them. Using the Astro on a map on the Atlas manifests a shaped region in that quadrant of the Atlas, affecting many maps within it, many types of Astros, and they apply different types of shaped regions. Completing the content in them, remove the region that has been influenced. Every other map in the that still remains influenced becomes stronger. They gain an additional mod. Once you've successfully rid the region of the influence, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults where there are powerful rewards. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant, so you can target them for a specific type of reward. Interacting with the map device now opens the Atlas screen, kind of like PoE 2 again. Then you click on the thing on the Atlas you want to run. Certain locations require special things like unique maps, influenced maps, nightmare maps, Vol Temple, map fragments, etc. As you can now run any map with a map item, the favored map system has been removed. Memory skills have been removed. You can still collect petals in these areas, which now instead grant a higher chance to find items with memory strands. Okay. Several of the effects from the removed memory skills have been moved to new bonus modifiers on altars at the end of maps within memory threads. For example, killing a rare monster consumes 30 petals if possible to revive the monster once. Alright, good stuff there. The Decayed Voidstone is now obtained from killing both the Shaper and the Elder. It can also still be obtained from defeating Uber Elder. Alright. So, if you were farming the fragments yourself, you're just gonna get the Voidstone sooner. You now receive a Void Stone from killing both the Searing Exarch and the Eater of Worlds, instead of one from each. Okay. The extra Void Stone that this leaves is now obtained from killing the Incarnation of Dread. Introduce the Memory of Loneliness, which adds a memory thread to a quadrant of the Atlas leading to the Incarnation of Neglect. Okay. Not sure. So this sounds like a usable item that applies it into that quadrant or something, I guess. The threads of the Originator questline now awards a skill book granting 2 Atlas passive skills and 2 Atlas passive respec for each incarnation boss. Tier 17 maps have undergone significant changes and are now nightmare maps. Completing each nightmare map now awards 1 Atlas skill point. 5 total. Sounds good. Slightly increase the reward values of Originator influenced and Nightmare map modifiers that granted increased pack size or item rarity. Okay. Reduce the rewards that granted more currency, more maps, or more scarabs. So this is from Originator influenced and Nightmare map. Oh, hold on. Okay. So this is the tier 16.5s and the old tier 17s, now called Nightmare maps. Have slightly increased pack size and item rarity and slightly reduced more currency, more maps, or more scarabs. Seems fine. After obtaining the Void Stone from killing the Incarnation of Dread, items with memory strands will now be able to drop from all maps ran on the Atlas. More memory strand affected items will still come from Originator maps to retain them being the best source. Seems like a good change. Items that drop with memory strands will now more often be higher tier bases. Also seems fine. Items that drop with memory strands will have more strands on average. Atlas bonus objective. Now additionally grant 1% to map item quantity for every 4 bonus objectives. Uber bosses only require 4 fragments now. Maven invitations are now accessed through Kirak. Okay, I guess, yeah, there was... I'm trying to think of... Rather than some of them being quest items you place in your map device. Okay, yeah. To make it less confusing. Make it all the same place always so you don't get this random thing from the quest and then you teach the new player this is the thing to access this fight and then you do it differently for the rest of your playtime. That kind of didn't make sense. Sacrifice and mortal fragments can no longer be used in a map device to open a random Volside area. Instead, they can be used alongside maps to add a Volside area to the opened map while still applying their current map item quantity bonus. Alright, that seems fine. Just kind of combining that into one thing instead of having it 2 separate things. And I don't know anybody that was actually doing this except when it was harder to get 6 links. This was a way to try and SSF find a corrupted 6 link, but other than that, there wasn't a whole lot of use for it. And you can still do it. It'll just be in your map instead. Okay. The fragments now explicitly state their item quantity bonus, so it's not just something that experienced players just know is a thing, because it doesn't really say that until now. Elder Guardian, Shaper Guardian, always generate on tier 16 maps. Okay, seems like a fine change. As a result, divination cards for these items no longer explicitly state the map tier. Also seems fine. Blessed Orbs are now able to reroll the specific Conqueror inhabiting Conqueror maps or Guardians. This change does not affect pre-existing Conqueror maps or Elder Guardian maps, so just the new ones. Kirik no longer offers Atlas missions, and defeating map bosses no longer has a chance to grant a Kirik mission. As a result, what the hell? Commissioned officer and these are notable Atlas. These are Atlas passives. So all these Atlas passives have been removed. Scouting reports can no longer be obtained, and existing items no longer function. So no more finding the cheap Doriani's map through scouting reports. We got to use that one last time before it got removed from the game. The side quest divination card has been temporarily disabled. The existing copies of this card cannot be traded in. I'm guessing this is a scouting report divination card or something. Chisels can no longer be obtained. The existing items will still function. The map device crafting options I thought it feels like I'm reading two different things in one sentence here. Okay, chisels can no longer be obtained, though existing items will still function, and map device crafting options have been removed. It's like that's a sentence. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated in other areas. Okay. Chisel div cards have been disabled. Temple architects now drop additional scarabs instead of additional map currency. Right. Yeah, makes sense. Reduce the chances for quality currency to drop from synthesized synthesized monsters in synthesis maps. That used to be a pretty decent source of currency from the synthesis map, so removed all vendor recipes that could grant chisels. So unless they put something different here for synthesis maps, doing the synthesis map invitations is probably just gonna be less profitable than it was before. It was pretty decent before. Wasn't a top strategy, but unless they do something to compensate for this, it's going to be worse than it was before. The effect of 20% quality on maps has been reduced. Chisels in standard leagues now provide 10% item quantity at 20% quality, previously 20. So this basically only affects standard because they still have chisels. Rarity chisel nerfed. Pack size chisel nerfed. Div card chisel nerfed. All the chisels have been nerfed. Quality applies to pack size instead of item quantity can no longer appear on corruption implicits on maps. That's probably for the best because it's hard to get. Is basically the short reason why it's probably better to get rid of it. It's extremely powerful and extremely hard to get. So chisels now always apply 20 quality to maps. Okay. So now you only need to have one of these chisels. So that's probably why they've nerfed the values of them. I suppose is probably the reasoning. Strong boxes can no longer roll the modifier granting contained items. Can no longer roll the modifier granting contained items additional quality. Makes sense because you're not, you're taking chisels out of the game. Whatever this unique strongbox is, that's the unique Carto box then. Just the same as the previous one. So the Searing Exarch and Eldritch Altars can now grant Orbs of Scouring. Now, wait, what? Eldritch Altar influenced by Searing Exarch. Searing Exarch altars can now grant Orbs of Scouring. The one altars for Eater of Worlds can no longer grant Orbs of Scouring. I guess just evening out the altar rewards, I suppose. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Greatly reduce the amount of items dropped from explosive barrels in Fortress map. These barrels will now drop a comparable number of items to barrels in other maps. So Fortress map nerf, although all the tier 17s are basically already nerfed and or different anyways, but just getting rid of the barrel loot. Resonating Shrine no longer grants a bonus per Power Frenzy and Endurance charge, instead now granting an additional max charge of each. This shrine still grants random charge generation on hit and on kill. Okay, I don't know how much bonuses this was granting per charge, so I don't know if this is like a buff or a nerf. Maybe depends. Not sure. The efficacy of the Ambush Scarab of Discernment has been reduced. Okay, so the value for the Discernment Scarab is lower. Lowered the Blight Scarab of Invigoration by 20%. I think that was the main scarab used in the high-end Blight farming. Blight Scarab of Blooming no longer adds additional non-boss waves of monsters to each Blight portal. So that's just another nerf. Blight Scarab of Blightheart no longer doubles the number of waves. It now guarantees each portal has 2 additional waves, with chances for a 3rd and 4th wave. Sounds like a nerf. I don't know how much doubling meant before, but is probably more than whatever this does now. Probably trying to reduce the number of mobs spawned out of Blight to reduce the lag. Horned Scarab of Awakening now grants tier 16 plus areas contain the bosses from a random Maven invitation. So this Scarab grants tier 16 plus areas to contain the bosses, plural, from a random Maven invitation. That sounds pretty good. So what I'm interpreting this as is if you use that Scarab on a tier 16 or with a tier 16 map, you have view the invitations from him, whatever. Invitations here. So it sounds like you put that Scarab in with your map, and then looking at these invitations, you get all of those bosses in the map, which would be pretty nuts if you got the Feared to spawn in your map. But that's what it sounds like it does, so that sounds kind of cool. All right. I'm gonna actually grab a little snack because I'm streaming way later than usual, so we can snack on something while we go through the patch notes. Also, here's my scroll bar. This is how far down the page we are. We got a lot more patch notes. I don't know if I'm gonna go over all of them, but if I start wanting to speed things up, I'm just gonna jump around to the sections I care about the most. But for now, we'll just keep going down the page. Got some more water as well because I'm. It's a lot of reading and a lot of talking. All right. We were here. This is the next line. Introduce the Abyss Scarab of Descending, which guarantees an abyssal depths in an area. Oh, that sounds like something. That sounds useful. Something that I know Mikey, one of the viewers, one of the chatters, was trying to spawn abyssal depths to complete a challenge, and they're like, how do I get this stuff to spawn? Well, now there's a Scarab to do it. No, it's kind of hard to read out loud while eating. Okay, introduce the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional, which adds an additional exceptional rogue exile. Okay, that's the one they showed on stream that has all 3 Wildwood Wisps and a ghost on it. And extra rare mods. Okay. Scarab, which gives a chance for Syndicate members to not lose ranks when they're interrogated. Seems decent. Seems pretty good. It might be better than decent. Might be awesome. But definitely sounds useful. How useful? I'm not sure. Alright. Expedition Scarab of Infusion makes logbook. Ugh. Voice crack. Which makes logbooks drop in areas always drop with 4 implicits, and causes expedition monsters to gain increased difficulty and reward for each remnant detonated. Which it arguably already did that, but I guess it's gonna do that even more than just the stuff that's already listed on the remnant, because the remnant is the thing that says monsters are immune to crits, but monsters also have, higher quantity or whatever. So all right, a similar thing for the ore scarab. Increase the amount of ore gained from deposits and difficulty and reward per completed ore deposit in the area. Sounds good. Okay, Ritual Scarab of Corpses, which guarantees an additional itemized corpse in the favor window. So I believe there's an expensive. I believe the turtle is like a really expensive one, so it sounds like you can try to target farm corpses and probably looking for the turtle, I'm assuming. Does PoE Ninja track corpse prices? Oh, such a odd sentence to say out loud. I don't see it on here. I could be missing it, but I don't see it there. Alright, Beyond Scarab of Resurgence. No longer enrages Beyond bosses on low life, and instead summons the Beyond bosses of other factions when a Beyond boss is summoned. So that summons all 3 bosses. Unless they buff the bosses loot drop, that sounds kind of pointless, because they already drop like 3 Scourge currency items when you kill them. And it's usually the low value ones, but that's a thing, I guess. Welcome back, Bix. What'd you miss? Well, you missed about this much of the patch notes. I think the most standout thing so far is the Horn Scarab of Awakening. That one caught my eye the most. Also, Fortress Barrels don't drop stuff now. That's also a big one. Actually, there were some Blight Scarabs that nerfed across the board as well. But this sounds like it spawns all of the bosses from a random invitation. So the way I interpret this is you put this scarab in and you could possibly spawn all of the feared bosses in your map, which would be interesting. Okay, we were at corpses. Summon multiple Beyond bosses. That one doesn't sound very good to me, unless they buff the Beyond bosses. Delirium Scarab of Neurosis grants Delirium reward types gain +1 to count on defeating unique Delirium bosses. Also grants. So what does this do already? There's Delirium. So Delirium encounters an area contain all unique Delirium bosses. And that just makes killing them grant an additional reward here. That seems like a nice buff to that Scarab. You put the Scarab in for Feared on any map. Well, it's a chance at Feared, right? Because it says... I'm pretty sure it says random Maven invitation, so it could be... Probably the least valuable one would be the Shaper Guardians, I would assume. So you might just get the Shaper Guardians and then you just get, you know, the Shaper Fragments, which are like the cheapest ones. But you could get the Feared. It makes Kosis add 1 to rewards. 2 additional Deli rewards. All right. Patch notes, come back. All right. Next. Domination Scarab of Apparitions can now also spawn Pantheon shrines in addition to Conqueror ones. So that would be like the... I don't remember the names of these bosses. But... like the sun and moon goddesses. I guess that would apply to you. I'm not sure what... I guess you just get those bonuses since those deities don't have influences. Yeah, it sounds like a nerf to me. Influencing Scarab of Conversion has been renamed Influencing Scarab of Interference. It no longer grants a chance for maps to drop as Guardian maps. Now instead spawns a boss to accompany the map boss. This additional boss is guaranteed to drop one of their maps. That also seems like a nerf. And a big one, if I'm thinking it of the correct Scarab. It's around here somewhere. No. This one. Chance to drop. Yeah. It seems like a nerf to me. So... trying to think, like... it would make sense if they also dropped their fragment, because that you're killing the boss. So you get the fragment and the map, which doesn't seem to make much sense. Still seems like a nerf. Legion Scarab of Command has been renamed Legion Scarab of Treasures. Now grants chests that are broken out a chance for chest rewards to be applied to the monsters it breaks out, while also making those monsters more difficult and rewarding. Command? Was that the one that... What did that do? Accompanied by a general. I don't do much Legion farming, but that sounds like either neutral, maybe a buff. Probably depends on how much more rewarding it is. The strat was already killed and now they're burying the body. Alright. Ritual Scarab of Selectiveness now allows for re-rolling 2 additional times instead of 1. Alright, pretty straightforward. The Torment Scarab now grants a chance for tormenting spirits that have possessed monsters to be released when that monster is killed. The spirit then immediately dives into the ground, resurfacing with a new rare monster which they again possess. Okay. That sounds pretty interesting. Not for the fact that you have more possessed monsters, because the possessed monsters don't provide a whole lot of extra loot, really. But you get an extra rare. That's the part of it that sounds good. Is that it makes a new rare monster. That's the part that sounds good. Legacy Haunted Traders. The Scarab of Hunted Traders can no longer be obtained. The Scarab of Bisection has been split into 2 separate scarabs. Sinistral grants 100% increased effect of area prefixes, and area suffixes have no effect. Okay. That sounds pretty good. Because some of the mods, increase the quantity and rarity differently, so you can, I think, increase that even more. And then, of course, also cut out bad mods that you're not able to run. Yeah. More currency and stuff if you get them all on prefixes or suffixes. Okay. Calguran Scarab grants 2 additional ore deposits. Ruthless is unaffected. Good to know. Okay, additional tormented spirits. Wait. Why didn't they put these in the same line? The Torment Scarab now grants. Torment Scarab now grants. Whatever. More spirits. So adding this adds 4 extra rares to your map. And they're possessed. We'll break it. This one? Yeah, this one seems ripe to be push things to the limits. Seems like a good one to pivot a high-end currency strategy around. Mm-hmm. 3 additional imprisoned monsters for Essence Scarab. 3 additional shrines. 5 Rogue Exiles instead of 4. 4 boxes instead of 3. So, took a bunch of the tile loot strategies and buffed their base scarabs. It's going to depend on a whole lot of other things, if it's an actual buff or not. 5 new map modifiers that can roll on Originators and Nightmare maps. Okay, following have been added back. Shrine, Fungal Hollow, Pen. Any good ones? Fields. I think Graveyard's probably fine. I forget what some of these ones look like. Okay, which maps did we remove? Rest in Peace Waste Pool. Cells and Desert are out, that's fine. I'll rip Toxic Sewer and Shore. I don't think many people farm Channel, but Channel is also out. Underground River. Those are most of the ones that I know that are good. So Mesa is still in. Underground Sea is still in. City Square is still in. Park is still in. Still a lot of good layouts in. And we also got Fields added back. Oh, did Glacier get removed? Oh, yep. Rip Glacier. Drowning orbs no longer move towards players if there are no other enemies in range of the player. Great. Sounds awesome. Ooh. The following map modifiers can no longer roll. Deal no damage for 30% of the time. Petrification statues. Reduced action speed for using skills marked for death. Remove percent of everything on hit. 5th Impale kills you. Awakener's Desolation. throw fewer, minions have less, and totems damaging the players instead of the totems. I think a lot of these were on people's do not run ever list, so that's great. That's most of the really bad ones. A notable bad one that is a notable difficult one that is still in is Saw Blades. So that's still in there, which, you know, they got to keep some challenging ones in there. Not your petrification statues. Okay, Atlas passive tree changes. Oh, Jesus. I think we're going to skim through this because it's probably, I mean, it's not too much, but it's going to be a lot of, it's still just going to be a lot. Let's see. Whatever these did, they're gone. I don't know what, actually, I think this one was drop favored maps. These are probably had to do with favored maps. Paths not taken. Grants div cards found in your maps are from 2 random other maps instead of the one you're in. That sounds like a fucking meme. Maybe someone will make a good strategy that utilizes it, but it kind of sounds like a meme to me at the moment. Yeah, petrification statues also just didn't do anything if you took the unstoppable node on Jug, or they affect you only slightly on Trickster. The overloaded circuits now grants your maps are opened with 5 additional random unallocated notable Atlas passives. I thought this was already a thing. I'm not sure what the change is there. The Refiner's Bargain Atlas Keystone. Grants a random crop instead at 250%, previously 150. And sulfite found in your maps is granted as a random ore. Oh, right. Random crop, not random life force. Okay. And crops now boat out or ship out for gear, so I suppose a buff there is fine. I don't see very many people using it for the crop thing. You'd probably use it for the random ore now. Does the div card replacement respect area level? It doesn't specify that it would. And the new Atlas, I don't think none of the maps have a base area level. Because maps are generic. You can put a tier 1 map into any map on the Atlas as long as you've, you know, made the trek over to that corner of the Atlas. Abyssal Troves and Stygian Spires, 10% chance to drop an Abyss Scarab. Alright. Slower expedition detonation. Whatever. Faster detonation. Multiplying modifiers. This passive grants 3% increased effect of explicit map mods on your maps per fragment used with map. Deadly Prey now has beasts in your map have Bestial Rage. And defeating beasts grants a stack of Hunter's Cunning. This passive granted beasts have 50% chance to break free and gain a stack of Rage, and defeating... Alright, I don't care. I thought this was leading to something cool, and it just sounds like a slight change to something I don't care about. The Atlas change might fuck over standard players if maps can no longer have a tier if they remove the old maps. On us, it means we can't just complete one legacy map to beat most of the Atlas completion. But what if you put one map? Yeah, that could be an issue. I was wondering, what if you just put a map into the corner that's on the opposite side, but you wouldn't have it unlocked already? Or they could just make the Atlas unlocked based on how many points you already had previously. Like, if you already had this node unlocked, keep that node unlocked and just put in the map that replaces the old one. I mean, there's ways that they could make it so they don't get fucked over, but you might have to redo all the Atlas. Love of the Queen. Alluring Vol side areas, previously 20. Okay. Vol side area stuff. Blight monsters spawn even faster. And no longer has blight encounters, and your map spawn more non-unique monsters. Okay. We're spawning less monsters, but we're still spawning them faster, so we're spawning them faster than before, so you're probably still gonna lag. But I guess there's less monsters overall. Small passives near immune response. Now instead grant increased quantity of items from your blighted monsters. That's probably for the best. Just increase their drops instead of putting more monsters into an already laggy mechanic. Ooh, this one they mentioned on the stream, which sounds cool. This passive now has veiled items dropped by defeated syndicate members in your maps have a 5% chance to drop with a fractured veiled mod, and no longer has 25% increased rarity of items. Blah 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 blah. Can't spell new league without lag. True. Okay, Sulfite Infusion. They just buffed. Yeah. You just get more Sulfite for killing the boss. More Sulfite from Sulfite nodes. More chance at smugglers' caches. More caches. 10% increased number of rare. Well, I think this one's a automatic take for almost any mapping strategy that isn't focused on killing the bosses. Okay, well, that's a thing. Good or bad, I don't know, but they took it out because there's no longer the crafting options in the map device, so it needed to do something else or just be removed. Fractured +2 area helms incoming. Yeah. Boss Scarab nerf. I mean, there's still gonna be strategies for Maven invitations because Maven has loot that can only be obtained through her invitations or other niche methods, so those bossing strategies will likely still exist. Mm. 10% magic monsters, okay. Maybe you just take this if you path past it, otherwise, whatever, but might as well take more magic monsters if you're gonna go past that node anyways. Been reinstated in the Atlas passive tree for standard leagues. I don't know what that does. Maven is the exception, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be less bossing strategies, but unless, I don't know, someone could come up with something, but you're probably right. Your maps have no chance to contain smugglers' caches. Okay. I didn't realize that was removed. I see. So you can no longer prevent ore deposits, which you probably wouldn't want to do anyways. I feel like if you come across an ore deposit, unless it just gives so little without speccing into it that it's not worth your time. But if it still gives a decent amount without even speccing into it, you probably take all the ore anytime you see it, so probably wouldn't be a whole lot of reason to make it not spawn. Hmm, 25% chance for lab trials in your maps to award an improved offering to the goddess, previously 20. All right. Alright, sounds good. Buff to the previous thing, same thing, getting buffed, different nodes. Two-Hearted Hunt now has red beasts captured on your map have 100% chance to gain a mod that provides a chance to not be consumed when sacrificed at the blood altar. Previously 50. Oh. These types of mods now only give up to a 20% chance for the beast to not be consumed. Previously 40. That's just a math equation that I don't feel like figuring out. 20% buff? Alright. Someone else did the math. The Unimaginable Horrors Atlas passive now grants all side areas have a 25% chance for rewards from vessels to be duplicated. Okay, 5% buff. Okay. Specific contract farming. I don't really care too much about it. Buff to smugglers' caches. More buffs, more caches. An artisan strongbox. What? What does this node do? What? It sounds not important on paper, but what is already on this node? Or these nodes, I guess it says it's affecting the small nodes. There it is. The small passives prior to this node also grant strong boxes, and the thing is too big. I can't see it. Oh, that's a nerf. Artisan boxes don't give you anything good, do they? So it's just diluting your Arcanist boxes. So that sounds like a nerf. Keepers of the Flame as a core league. Alright, I'm gonna skim through this and just find like the notable changes that they're doing to it. Multiple unstable breaches can be opened at the same time. Breach hives are smaller. That's the one that makes walls. Reduced visuals. Can be instantly destroyed from damage. New currency. Transforms a breach unique to its alternate version. Alright. Breach stones are now non-functional. They can be traded to a vendor in exchange for a hive brain gland. RIP breach stones. following, all the graphs have been removed. All of the arm attachments removed. Hive Brain Gland opens the portal directly to the encounter instead of being used with the map. Makes sense. Genesis tree fully grown by default. You'll still need to work with Aelith to unlock points to allocate and use each branch to its full potential. Oh, okay. So you still need to get the points. You're just not locked out of... I believe it's the mysterious wombs and maybe... I mean, these are gone now, so it might have just been... I remember the mysterious wombs being the last one I unlocked, so you just get access to all the different types, but you still need to get the points for them. Grasped Blood has been renamed to Hive Blood. Womb Gift Locker. Provisioning womb gifts can no longer grow weapon or quiver items on the tree. Alright. Generally reduce the total number of points you can earn in each Genesis tree subtree. Several passives on the Genesis tree have been rebalanced to make the rewards more appropriate for a core league. There's now more variance at endgame for item level of items generated from growing equipment wombs on the Genesis tree and removed most sources of guaranteed additional item levels. So no more spawning high item level stuff that you normally can only get out of high tier content like bosses and whatnot. The Breach Lord achievement now requires you to kill it that was Tull and it that was Esh. No longer sells flesh graphs. Max capacity of 100,000 blood. Shared across all characters. Added breach clusters. Always hives, always unstable breaches. Valdo map thing, whatever. If you do Valdo's maps, maybe read what that does. I'm skipping it. Breach scarabs have been reworked. 2 additional unstable breaches. Unstable breaches in area contain a boss, and breach hives in area lead to a hive fortress. And has Aelith skills in area instead. Enrage the hive, increasing difficulty and reward. They went over that on the stream. Okay, breaches in area are 10% faster for each unstable breach already opened. Monsters increase difficulty and reward for each one already opened. All breach scarabs have a limit of 1 except for breach scarab of instability. Where the fuck was that one? Is that just the one that adds more breaches? Oh, they didn't make their patch notes match the new name. Breach Scarab. Oh no, they did make it. I was looking at the old name. Okay. 2 additional. So you can add 4 additional through Scarabs then. Breach substash in the fragments stash tab is now remove only. Makes sense because they're no longer obtainable. Let's do a little something real quick. Tall. Flawless. Oolnetool. Just fill up our breach tab as a little trophy of what once was. No stock. I already had one of these. We have Oolnetool. And get the Chayula. Wow. Now we've got our old breach forever saved in our remove, what will become a remove only tab. I have a lot of. I guess I don't remember why I have so many Zoth breach stones, but I do. All right. Back to the patch notes. Disabled divination cards. Barracks per sprite. Foulborn barracks can no longer roll. Ignited enemies you kill explode. Okay. Can no longer roll. Killing a poisoned enemy. Nearby enemies are poisoned. Sounds like they're reining in some of the stronger Foulborn variations. Clearly love Fire Daddy. Yeah, I guess. Supported by level 1 Greater Spell Cascade instead of Awakened Spell Cascade. Is this just the new Spell Cascade, though? Because are the Awakened gems just called something else now? Anyway. The below changes can be applied to existing items with a divine orb and a and a side of regret. Be careful using your divine orbs in standard. You can make that worse. So nerfed, red dream. Oh, these are. I think I'm using one of these. I think I'm using the red dream. Yeah, I'm using the red dream on my Delver. Hand of thought and motion. Accuracy per int nerfed. Nerf. I didn't use any of these, so... But it looks like a lot of the stacking... It looks like a lot of the things that got hit here were like stacking characters, like ES stacking, mana stacking, stat stacking. No Foulborn Wrathpith nerf. Ooh. As turmoil grips the Atlas, the Harbingers appear to have departed Rayclast, leaving behind only a cryptic message. A guy with his arms in the air, with balancing a triangle on his nose. 2 arrows pointed up and down. A angry face. An arrow pointing right. Whatever that is, a tree? I can't decipher it. I'm sorry. I tried my best. They were happy to come to Rayclast. Then they were angry because of the Genesis tree, so now they're leaving the Atlas. I think that's what that means. While the beachhead lies quiet for now, perhaps one day they will return. Fracturing orbs and ancient orbs are part of the core drop pool. Engineering orbs, Harby orbs, orbs of horizon can no longer be obtained. I like how, I believe it was like 2 or 3 leagues ago in one of their streams, they said they had a plan for engineers orbs, and that plan was to remove them. I guess that's what the plan was. Because nobody used them. Awesome plan. Existing items will be deleted. Oh, the shards will be deleted, but not these parts of them. Okay, whatever. These are the Harbinger other Harbinger currencies from Beachhead or something. Div cards disabled that are part of Harbinger. All the unique fragments that build into items no longer obtainable. Following uniques can no longer be obtained. The Beachhead, Infused Beachhead, the Enmity Divine, the Flow Untethered. I think that gets used in some builds. the fracturing spinner, the rippling thoughts, the tempest binding. I think that is also probably used in some builds, and this might be as well. It sounds familiar, but tempest binding and the flow untethered, those sound like things I've seen used before. Action speed on belt. I'm gonna put this in this unique tab, and then it's gonna become a remove only tab, and I'll never know which one it's in. I think I already have a beachhead map. Let's see. I'm gonna just collect all the things that are being unobtainable after the patch. Oh, this is still on standard. Okay. I was like, this doesn't look like my stash. Wait, so this is just... maps. There's nothing in my map tab. Beachhead. Oh, you know. Buy a couple of them. Gotta use this standard chaos orbs on something. Put one in there, and the rest of them into here. Probably just gonna buy one of these. A little expensive. Some of the other ones. Oh, the lower tier beachheads. You'd think those would have been cheaper than the tier 15 ones. Oh. I bought red ones from that guy, didn't I? What, this doesn't go into the map tab? my unique tab. Yeah, those were tier 15s. Bum, 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 bum. You meant the blue ones? The infused ones? Map filters. What the hell? I'll just make some myself then. Why is my wisdom scroll NPC not here? I know it's not an atlas map. True. All right. 3 of them is good enough for me. Wow. All right, what else is on the list? Ugh. If I wanted to be super insane, I would go and buy all of those, but yeah, no thanks. I'll just buy the completed items. Enmity Divine. Nope, not done looking at the patch notes yet. Buy that one too. Buy it. Oh. They're both corrupted. Well. Doesn't make a difference to me. They are not... They didn't get turned into rares. Okay. The fracturing spinner. Rippling thoughts. The Tempest binding. Two swords to dual wield. Oh, hey. Unshattered Will is also being removed. Oh, they got extra belts. I think I was already at this guy's hideout. Okay. Are all of my quad tabs full? This one just says miscellaneous. I guess I can throw miscellaneous things in there then. Oh, here's some of the Scourge weapons. Here's the passive tree on a sword. Crucible stuff. Oh, we got a couple of Dawn Breakers. Cool, cool, cool. I think that was all the unobtainable items. We bought one of each of these. Okay, and these other ones got added to the core drop pool. Harbinger Scarabs. No longer drop. Will be converted to Veiled Scarabs when logging in. Okay. Chance for Divination Scarabs instead of Harby Scarabs. New Atlas Tree Cluster. Causes your maps to be inhabited by an additional Rogue Exile. Instead of Harbinger, you get a Tormented Spirit. Obscured Delirium Orbs will drop Breach Rings. Okay, whatever. They're just cleaning up all the old Harbinger-related things. Most cases of currency shards dropping throughout the game. Vendor recipes for currency shards are unchanged. All right, league changes. Settlers. Newport. Ores and bars in Kingsmarch will now return currency items, while shipping crops will return equipment items. And favored resources can be re-rolled for your shipments. Ports will grant specific tattoos or rune graphs. Shipments to Nakanu will now only reward tattoos that replace strength passives. Ports no longer have a bias towards specific type of currency. Kingsmarch smelters have devised new technologies for more efficient smelting. As a result, they can smelt ores into bars twice as fast, but will charge more gold for their services. All right. Due to reduced global demand for crops, Kingsmarch farmers' gold wage costs have decreased by 50%. Kingsmarch mappers' gold wage costs have increased by 25%. All right. Kingsmarch mappers can no longer return cluster jewels over item level 83. That seems so odd because they can return a lot of random crap, but I guess this was a problem compared to all the other random crap they can bring back. Bestiary. Orb of Horizons. Grant Orb of Unmakings instead. Kirak missions now grants a nightmare map. That seems a lot more useful than what it was before. I mean, maybe there was people that were, needed this if they were spamming Kirak missions, but I feel like nightmare maps are gonna be probably a better use of that craft. Okay, valuable scarab. XP instead of increasing the level of an awakened gem. Why can't the mappers bring level 84 clusters from tier 17 maps? I don't know. They can't do it. They see it on the ground and they say, I'm not picking that up. Have a nice day. Reroll Awakened Support Gem now sacrifices an exceptional support gem for 3 high-level, high-quality support gems. Okay. Yeah, that seems useful, because there's probably going to be a few of these exceptional support gems that don't get much use, so they have low value, so you can gamble them into high-level, high-quality support gems instead. Skamazed. Yep, they're not picking it up. They refuse. Cursed item. Betrayal. Okay, some of them offer different rewards. We can get foul-born items. Offers a crafting spree with a random breach ring that you can use Foulborn currency on. Okay. Originator maps instead of scouting reports. Trapped stash with scarabs. Chest containing incubators instead of Harvey scarabs. Carto scarabs instead of Harvey scarabs. The sulfite scarab no longer has map owner gains 150% more sulfite. Why? The amount of sulfite gained from sulfite veins and sulfite chests and maps has been increased, scaling to be roughly doubled at the highest level. Okay. Change the way sulfite veins and maps scale with map item drop quantity to be similar to how settlers' ores scale with map item drop quantity. I know it already scaled, so I don't know if this is a nerf or a buff. Whatever. Sulfite's already easy to get. I'm guessing this is to go in conjunction with the node that changes, or the scarab that changes sulfite into ores, so that you don't feel obligated to put this scarab in when you're farming with that other scarab. I guess that's probably the mentality behind these changes. Sulfite in standard with already existing legacy scarabs would be OP. That could be the case. Tujin no longer sells cluster jewels or abyss jewels. Okay, it looks like that putting the loot back to where it should be coming from. Seems like that's what that changes. Okay. Change to that mechanic, possessed monster, blah, blah, blah. Kind of a niche thing. I don't know if there is a farming strategy that used that, but I doubt it. Added a mod to ultimatums that prevent players being able to block. Oof. Well, you can still do it, just don't take that modifier. It's gonna suck though if you get that in combination with, like, you know, two other things you don't want, of course. Player changes. The Templar now wakes on the Twilight Strand more in touch with his faith. The starting skill gem for Templar is now Holy Strike, and the starting support gem for Templar is now Hollow Support. Totem placement speed now also scales with the speed at which totems emerge. Ranged attack totems now have a base placement speed of 0.5, previously 0.35. Just means play cast when stunned as Chieftain instead. Sounds good to me, I guess. I don't plan on making any cast when stun builds. All right. Oh, here was one people were talking about before the patch notes. Intelligent now inherently grants 1% increased max energy shield per 10 intelligence, previously per 5 intelligence. So ES through int just got nerfed by 50%. All sources of reduced reflected damage taken have been replaced with a percentage of damage cannot be reflected. Some legacy items will still have the old stats, however. Huh. Another math problem I don't know how to do. Yeah, I'm really struggling to figure out if that's a buff or a nerf. Rip in stackers. I mean, depends on what else changes. I think the int stackers are so strong that they'll probably still work. They'll just be nerfed. Okay, skill gem changes. I think for this one I'm gonna mostly... Oh, it's pretty short. I guess we can skim through most of them. More AoE. I don't know what this skill is. I think I'm gonna skip it. Well, I understand the difference between the two. I'm curious as to, is that gonna result in taking less or more damage if you use the same item? Like, is 10% reduced reflected damage better, or is 10% damage that can't be reflected better? Or maybe it's the exact same and it's just the difference of it can't be reflected, because that is slightly different wording. So it's a nerf to any build not already getting 100%. Gotcha. So just deal chaos damage instead. Got it. Or use mines. Animate Guardian of Smiting got buffed. Charged Dash, I don't use this. This is not a functional change, all right? Consecrated Path. Buffed on that, and okay, buff on both. Yeah, or minions if you don't care about them living. Mm-hmm. Detonate Dead, 70% less damage. So that got nerfed. That got buffed. Dominating Blow. Duration buffed. Okay. Dominating Blow got buffed. Buff. Earth Shatter. Got buffed. Yeah, I mean, I typically just don't run reflect maps if I'm playing a build that cares about reflect. Energy Blade. Replacing buff grants or max ES. What? Okay. Holy Flame Totem now fires 3 to 6 projectiles. Previously 3 at all levels. Now has the AoE tag. Okay. Buffs to Holy Flame Totem. Orb of Storms can be supported by Spell Echo Penance Brand. Deals 10% more damage at all levels. Buffed that. No longer has 30% less damage with ailments. Quality now provides, deals more damage. So normal Penance Brand got buffed. Conduction. I guess changed. I don't know. Dissipation's, I think, the meta one. Activates slower. Pulses deal 20% more damage and hits with ailments per energy. 20% more damage with hits and ailments per energy after the first. Previously 30%. Okay. Nerfed. Seems... This part of it could be pretty big. Cast on portal build killed? No. So I'm just not sure how many like times you would get these pulses to stack up more, because if it was a lot, then it's more than just a 10% nerf. It's like if you pulsed 10 times, then it's 100%. Like, yeah. Portal no longer has its casting interrupted by self-damage. Purifying Flame, I don't know what that skill is. Raise Specters. No longer gain a hidden more elemental damage bonus when converting their fizz to elemental. They also now scale up their monster level more at gem level 20. A gem level 30 Raise Spectre is now level 85, previously 81. Sounds like a buff. Well, except for the no longer gains hidden bonus conversion stuff. Maybe a buff. I don't know. I don't know about Dominions. Enemy zap range. Buffed. Base duration buffed. Beam damage buffed. Storm Brand. Deals 3 to 10 lightning damage at level 1. Previously 3 to 8. Oh boy. 2 more damage. Okay, but the level 20 scaling is pretty significant buff. And effective damage, added damage buffed. Ooh, this part got nerfed. 80% more damage with hits at all levels instead of scaling up to 130. I don't know if that makes a huge difference or not. Would be a noticeable difference going from 130 down to 80, that's for sure. I don't know if the buffs before that make up the difference or not. Most specters weren't doing Ellie conversion anyways. Okay. So that would be a buff, you say. Interesting. Stormbrand of Indecision. Buffed. Storm Burst. Place an orb immediately on casting rather than the first orb being placed one cast into the process of channeling. Sounds good. Summon Holy Relic. Basically doubled the level 20 life regen. Nice. Sweep has been reworked. They showed that on the stream. Thunderstorm. Viper Strike of the Mamba. Ah, that's a popular one. Now has 30% less attack speed if dual wielding, and each weapon hits separately if dual wielding. Dealing 20% less damage, matching regular Viper Strike. It also now has cannot inflict multiple poisons in the same hit. So did they just... It sounds to me like they just killed this. I don't know how Viper Strike of the Mamba builds worked, but it kind of sounds like it won't work anymore. And Winter Orb. Projectile speed mods now affect the time it takes for projectiles to impact the ground. Previously, projectile speed had no effect. All right. A little bit of a buff. So, no changes to Reap or Exsanguinate. That's good for me. Vol Gem changes. Yeah, skip over that. All Awakened support gems can no longer be obtained except for Awakened Empower, Enlighten, and Enhance. Div cards disabled. Labyrinth crafts are different. Greater versions of supports no longer work alongside their non-greater version, in a similar way to how Awakened supports did not work with their corresponding non-Awakened version. In the case both versions of a support are socketed, the greater one takes priority. Existing supports affected by this change include multiple projectiles, volley and greater volley, spell echo and greater spell echo. Don't know a whole lot of builds that used both in the same skill, but it was possible to do so. Oh, they changed the name of LMP. Auto Exertion now has 20% mana reservation. Nerf. Alright. Ascendancy changes. Chieftain. Enemies you or your totems killed have 10% chance to explode. They are buffing that? Okay. Oh, they're nerfing the percent damage dealt, though, so just more consistent explosions that deal less damage. Sentinel of Radiance no longer has duration. It is permanent. You know, that was one of the most annoying... I played this once, I think when it was new, and that was the most annoying thing, was constantly resummoning this thing. And has more move speed. Doesn't persist between areas. Why? Okay. Effects that grant random shrine buffs. Now grant greater shocking, freezing, and skeletal shrine instead of the regular versions of these shrines. Okay. Now has every 4 seconds remove curses and ailments. Previously removed curses and ailments. I wonder... So it was like what? Removed after one tick before, or... Because I mean, the curse needs to get applied to you, or the ailment. Otherwise you're just... It would just be you are immune. That's weird. I didn't know that. That was a thing before. Sentinel of Radiance is a vampire that wasn't invited inside. Well, what if I invite him inside? They want to get people to use bark skin? An additional 2-point ascendancy notable. Marshal of Divinity. Inflict hollowing. The new hollowing stuff. Okay. Per bark. Don't care. Assassin. Provides damage cannot be reflected. Previously, damage from your critical strikes cannot be reflected. Alright, that's a buff. Sabo. 30% less damage with triggered spells. Previously 35. Okay, that's a buff. Buffed cooldown recovery rate. Calculated risk now has damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. In addition to probably whatever it had before. Elementalist. Oh, that sounds like a pretty big nerf. And Ascendant thing matches the Assassin change. Bloodline changes. I don't know what any of those did previously, so I'm skipping them. So, if there's like a cool new one, I guess I'll find out about it later. Passive skill tree. Something on the Templar side changed. Reflect change. No longer refreshes the duration of Ignite on enemies you curse, and instead has curse skills have a 15% increased cast speed. Sounds like that probably killed a build or two. The Evasion and Energy Shield Mastery now has 1% increased evasion per 10 int, previously 5 int. int nerfs. 12% fire dot multi and increased ignite duration on you. I mean, if you were taking this, it probably killed whatever the hell needed that wanted to use this and just replaced it with something else. Unique items. Skim through these. Blood Notch. Damn. That got hit hard. Hey, good luck AFK builds. Yeah, that is like the top end not even reaching the mineral version. And like I'm from what I remember when using a blood notch, the difference between a min roll and a max roll was quite significant. You can't even get to the min roll anymore. Bloodseeker, I don't know, blah blah blah. I think this is a buff. Yeah. Maroa Urki now has increased AoE. Cool. I guess whatever this glove is got just some extra stuff added to it. Lion's Eyes Glare now has attacks you use yourself repeat an additional time, and attacks you use yourself have more attack speed. The implicit mod now has increased global fizz instead of increased elemental damage with attacks. No longer has 10 to 20 increased attack speed. These changes do not affect existing versions. Does that make it usable now? Like, what are the stats on Lion Eyes? Oh. Far shot and can't be evaded. Well, that sounds pretty cool. Will it be enough to be used in builds? I don't know. But it sounds like you can certainly tack really fast with it now. Okay. This is just a change because the support gems changed, I think. Replica. Oh, new replica unique. Replica gifts from above. It sounds familiar. I don't remember what it is, though. Okay. I definitely recognize the art. That's why I know the name of this item. This shows up on all the filters. Well, they don't say what the replica version has on it. 2 accuracy per 2 int. Previously 4. More int stacking nerfs. Sybil's Lament now grants 100% of elemental hit damage from you and your minions cannot be reflected in the left ring slot. And 100% of physical hit. Okay, so they actually... That's good. Now you can just slot in this ring if you want to ignore reflect. Don't know what the heck that means. Alright. Volataxic Rift. Unique bow now has treats enemy monster chaos resistance values as inverted and no longer has hits with this weapon shock enemies as though dealing 300% more damage. Existing versions are unaffected. Whatever. They knew what I was looking for. What was... What happened here again? Invert chaos res. I mean, it sounds like it is kind of situational as to whether or not that's a buff or a nerf, but I don't think monsters have a whole lot of base chaos resistance, do they? Bick says, calling it now the replica gifts from above gives profane ground instead of consecrated. Monster base resistances are derived from the resistance group their monster type is in. Monster resistances are not final and may be further modified by buffs, Monster resistances are capped. No results. What the hell does that mean? I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at here. This looks like mods for something that apply chaos resistance to the monster. Resistance groups. Oh, okay. So it just depends on how many monsters fall into these chaos resistance groups, which I don't think is a lot of them, which is why so many people normally get chaos damage. It goes through energy shield, and I don't think most things can resist it in the first place. So, not sure how that change will affect anything. Don't know what this item is. That contains an additional unique item modifier in strong boxes will now drop a unique item matching the types of item dropped from the strong box if possible. Didn't know that it didn't already work like that. It said, monster resistances are capped, no cap. Item changes. I keep getting baited into these sections because they look so short, but we've been here for a long time. It's like, oh yeah, it's just a little tiny part of the patch notes. We'll look through all of them. Okay. Well, this addresses some of the ground loot stuff. Currency items now account for a significantly larger portion of dropped items. This change is to allow currency rewards from slaying of enemies to be more competitive with other sources of it in the game. This is the 4th item section. I guess you're right, because, you know, these are unique items, and then there was gems or items. Also, I guess how large the page is also, it's going to be a lot longer because I have it zoomed in 240%, so it can be read on stream. Like, imagine this. Okay, guys, let's look through these patch notes. Are you ready to read along with me? It's so tiny. Skill gems, bloodlines, unique items, items. This change does not affect the number of scrolls of wisdom or portal scrolls that drop. Non-unique equipment items are approximately 6% less common as a result. These changes do not affect Ruthless. Lowered how much modifier tier rating is granted to rare items generated from King's March shipping, King's March mapping, gambling, and Genesis tree. Okay. They don't say by how much, but that, in my opinion, is a good change. Hopefully they lowered it by a noticeable amount. Relative rarities of several currencies have been adjusted. Most notably, Exalted and Regal orbs will now be comparatively more common. That makes sense, because normally you end up with, like, very few Regal orbs, and they're not worth anything still, so... Actually, I feel like Regal orbs could have been kept the same. Exalted orbs, sure. I mean, if it feels like Regal orbs should be more common based on how how little uses they have and how, like, you know, it makes sense that there should be more of them, and then they're gonna be worth even less, but whatever. I mean, if I were reading this myself... I mean, I'm so used to looking at it the other way now, this seems kind of ridiculous, but I probably wouldn't change this normally. I would just read it as is. Okay. Lowered how much that we read that one. That increased the penalty to gold and map drops on breach and blight monsters. Okay. Essence of Insanity on rings now grants 60% hit damage. Yeah, reflected. They're just changing all the reflected word changes. Reflect. More reflect. Justified Ambition div card can once more reward the Cortex. Sure, whatever that means. I guess it was disabled or something for some reason. 20 20% increased effect of buffs granted by your golems, previously 40. Nerfed. 200%. Okay, poison nerf on clusters. New notable, new notable. Oh, wait a second. Runegraft of Refraction no longer has skills, chain, and additional time, and now has project. Motherfucker. This is a nerf to exsanguinate minds. Exsanguinate does not have the projectile tag. Apparently arc nerf as well. Well, that sucks. And it's not a small difference for the build either. It is the cost of a support gem socket. So now I'm wondering if I still want to play that again. Well, I'm gonna have to think for a while on that. We'll just move on. Removed all crafts that enchant flasks from the horticrafting bench. So that's the harvest bench, right? I don't think anybody used those. That was like the increased effect, but you slowly drained, like increased effect, but it only had so many uses, and you would slowly drain the uses. So I don't think a lot of people use them except for like really niche situations. There's harvest crafting for flasks, yeah. Enchant a flask with a modifier that grants increased duration. The magnitude of this effect decreases with each use. Increased charges, increased effect. So the only thing I could imagine people would do this for is a very specific boss killer setup or like a Valdo's mapper setup. I can't imagine any other reason why people would be doing that, because it's something you would want to do for like a one-time use. It's like, okay, I need to kill this boss, and I'm gonna use this enchant to kill this boss, or I'm gonna use this enchant to complete this Valdo's map. Because it's not something you want to constantly have to do after every single map. Those flask mods don't exist? What do you mean they don't exist? I switched to my other character so I can find my stuff in my stash. You just mean they're unsearchable on trade? Ah, well. I mean, I don't know why the hell you'd trade for them. Flask. Wow. Anyway. Removed all crafts that next one. Beast crafting recipe to apply Hinakora's lock to a magic item can no longer be used on corrupted items. Alright, that sounds like unintended thing anyways. Essences have a stack size of 10. Oh my god. You don't have to work in base 9 anymore for essences. That was like one of the stupidest things. But the reason being 3 upgrades into 1, so a stack of 9 would upgrade into a stack of 3. But I think stack of 10 is better. Essence buff. Increased effect of summoning 1 smoke cloud. It's a really good enchant. You should try it. Clarified description on cluster jewel notables to make it clear that the caps are global. Descriptive change. All unique maps now have a fee of around 2,000 gold when purchasing from a merchant tab. This was an issue I had at the start of this league when I was running synthesis maps. Because they are all unique maps. So they cost 11k ID'd, 11k gold. Why are these two ones different? Quality. The quality. So ID'd it cost 8k. I think the unID'd ones were cheaper, and I was purposefully buying the unID'd ones because they cost less gold because I was running out of gold. Identified, no. Maybe it was just the quality, but either way, them costing 2k gold now is a lot better for that strategy. Even though that strategy is gonna be worse than it was because of the quality currency change. The quality currency is actually, if you weren't just boss rushing, provided quite a bit of currency. Itemized beasts have vastly lower gold fees, and their gold fees no longer depend on the modifiers on the itemized beasts. Also a good change for crafters. Because, was it Gazzy? I think it was Gazzy was saying that he would use TFT to buy beasts because he could not afford the gold costs, or he would buy gold carries to afford these gold costs. So that seems like a good change. Ruthless specific, we'll skip that. Rusty Crusher's shock rifle. Anybody know which mob this is? Who the fuck is Rusty Crusher? And what did he do? Quest reward changes. Ooh. Alright. Holy Strike, Hollow Support, Ellie Prolif is now offered to the Templar. Shield of Light for the Templar, a bunch of stuff for Templar. These are basically just new starting skills for Templar, and then Witch and Scion and Marauder get access to buying some of them as well, it seems. User interface and quality of life changes. These are probably mostly stuff we already know. Yep, I think we already know most of those. Microtransaction updates. Enabled the last of the Druid's mystery box and its microtransaction content for use in Path of Exile. Okay. MTXs can be used from PoE 2 in PoE 1. These ones. Bug fixes. Alright. Which of these bug fixes are nerfs? Trying to skim. Yeah, I'm sure there's some good ones in there, but I ain't gonna read all of them individually. And there's the bottom of the page. So I only saw one nerf to my build, but it was no trickster changes. It's funny that only one thing got nerfed for my build, and it's making me consider not using it. Incarnation of Dread's lightning tendrils not killing the player after he dies is a nerf to cast on Death Portal. This is the one line. Let's open POB. Could we maybe get chain somewhere on the tree instead to replace it? Because if I can still get the chain through the tree and it costs me 3 passive points, I might be willing to make that sacrifice. Chaining range. Projectiles. Projectiles. Well, that doesn't look great. What's this? Skills chain +1 times. Projectiles have, well, no. projectile line wouldn't apply to me. Skills chain +1 times. Maybe we could play, who is this? Is this Deadeye? That looks like Deadeye. Deadeye Exsanguinate Mines? Accuracy, I don't care. But +1 max frenzy would be cool. Gathering Winds would be, take that. I mean, the offense is there for doing Deadeye Exsanguinate Mines, but you get a lot of defenses from Trickster. Or I suppose if I only care about Ricochet, I could play any of the three. Any of the three Rangers. And use one that is more defensive oriented. They didn't change much to the ascendancies, did they? What's the Sabo node for chain? Skills used by traps have 50% increased area of effect. When your traps trigger, your nearby traps also trigger. I don't know why the hell. It's because it's called chain reaction. That's why it's highlighted. Flask Finder, though. Flask Finder can get pretty good defenses. But I haven't looked at it in a while. I know they've been changed since I've last played them. Grants bonuses to non-channeling skills you use by consuming 3 charges from a flask. Okay, so I wouldn't really care about Master Surgeon. If I were to do this on a Pathfinder, we could do gain 3 flask charges every 3 seconds. Increased effective magic utility flasks. Removes elemental ailments when you use a flask. So we could run the I mean, I'm not sure how this would work with Archon's tools, because if the Skitterbot's standing next to me, it's just going to remove it and then come back. I mean, using these for offensive purposes sound great for Master Distiller. And we would be starting here instead. If I wanted like the exact same tree, I would just have to go like that, and then I can do the exact same tree. This is giving us max frenzy, a bunch of recovery for killing stuff. A bunch of evasion and energy shield, and spell suppress. I think tomorrow we're gonna try to make Exsanguinate Reap mines on a Pathfinder and see how it feels. I think that's our project for tomorrow. So we use Pathfinder, and then we get Forbidden Flame and Flesh for Ricochet. How much do those cost? Okay. Pretty cheap now. Well, End League, they're kind of cheap. Although, that rune graft is also expensive. At least early league, it's expensive. So it'd probably be maybe a bit more expensive because it's also obtained from, you know, doing boss fights instead of getting a random graft out of a shipment, but you could probably deal with the costing a little bit more, but it shouldn't be like an absurd amount to buy that Forbidden Flame and Flesh upgrade. What is... Who is this? I don't know who this is. I mean, I can also look at these and see if any of them are useful. Bark skin. Gradually recover. Yeah. You take reduced damage from fizz. Hits, the more bark builds up. Higher chance to evade when less covered in bark. Okay. So that's just defenses through bark. I don't know if that's any good or not. This is shock. Tincture stuff. Scorch. Enemies that you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds. Hits that fail to freeze due to insufficient freeze duration inflict Hoarfrost. Hoarfrost lasts 10 seconds and can be inflicted multiple times each, refreshing the duration. In each Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on the target by 20%. All of it's removed if the target is frozen. Okay. Interesting. Grants level 20 Unbound Avatar skill. Gain 1 Unbound Fury. You inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy when you... I don't know if when you inflict applies to my mines. I feel like it wouldn't. Your hits always inflict freeze and shock and ignite while unbound. 80% more LE damage while unbound. I suppose I could also try this and take these for defensive layer, and I guess the freeze would also be another defensive layer, and then if I can get Unbound Avatar to proc, get a bunch of LE damage. The shock, I'd have to do something else to be able to shock with cold damage or something to make that work. And same thing for the Ignite and Scorch. Tincture. I don't really know how tinctures work, but I imagine they probably wouldn't work with exsanguinate mines. So this feels like a... I mean, Pathfinder's also... Unless something got nerfed since I last played it, Pathfinder can also be very tanky. Hard to tell which one of those. I could try both and just, take twice as long to try both of them. And if there's anything useful down here on the tree, I can more easily access it. Is there crit stuff down here? Crit against bleeding. A lot of this is attack stuff. Something like this could be useful. Increase crit strike against blinded enemies. 20% chance to blind enemies on hit. Oh, that's with attacks. Well, there's all that. But yeah, we're way past when I normally end stream because we, wanted to read over all the patch notes, but I think that's where I'm going to wrap things up for today. And tomorrow we'll test out, I guess, some ranger options and see how well they feel. And we'll get a practice campaign run in as well. I suppose I could take one of my old rangers and actually I might do that first. I'll probably take my old rangers and just change their passive points and craft all the gear for them and see how they feel in maps. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Half Dan, aka Mike, and then I'll just close this because every time I alt tab it's pissing me off. Close that too. There we go. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Mike Bix Plays, also Mikey, different Mike, Techno Mullen, Damon, anyone else that was lurking, I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. If you guys enjoyed the stream and want to help support for absolutely free, if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit the like button below the stream. Helps feed the YouTube algorithm. Helps me a bunch and it costs nothing. I also stream on multi-stream to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick if you prefer one of those other platforms. And I have most of the popular social media, Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, all that, if any of that piques your interest. But yeah, that'll be it for me today. I hope all you wonderful people have a great rest of your day or night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.